happy Sunday. You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS1. We're live coming to you from Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park, New York. Luckily, weather gods have been nice to us today. A little bit overcast, but not too bad. Acacia Lamont alongside Andy Serling on the heels of a big stakes day yesterday, Andy, and we're back in for some more action today.
Well, yesterday's card really lived up to the billing. It was an excellent day of racing. A lot of terrific performances, obviously none more so than Disco Time and his impressive performance in the Dwyer. And we are lucky because they have been calling for over an inch of rain today, raining all day, and it kind of moved around. And now maybe a shower as the card is over. So we look good to go, which is very fortunate.
We certainly are fast and firm. All races on the turf on this Sunday. And we do have some early stakes action for 2-year-olds in the Awad. Unfortunately, really impacted by scratches. We will take a look, though, at Glorious Boy for Carlos Martin. I know it was an optional claiming race last time out, but this horse really took a big step forward when getting onto the turf.
I agree. I agree, and he certainly can win this race. But the problem for him, because the scratches, is, yes, you lost a couple of players in this race, particularly the 6 Gypsy Yard, who's going to be in a maiden race that might be tougher in this race on Friday, is that there's just no speed except for Throckmorton. So Throckmorton is on a merry chase. Squad Goal's the second, and I just worry, small field or not, that he's got horses he's got to beat that maybe if somewhat comparable, if not more talented, but certainly comparable, that have a tactical advantage.
Now, obviously, that morning line was with some other horses entered in the race, so I think things will change as we get closer to post time. But obviously, it is kind of one of those races for the 2-year-olds where everybody really has to take a step forward. I think Zuby a little bit interesting, a filly that George Weaver entered here, saying if it came off, they wouldn't be upset, but also thinking the Awad was softer than the filly's version of the Stuart Manor.
Well, he's right about that.
100%.
I mean, that race came up extremely tough. He did get a pace, so maybe he could have closed into that, but yeah, and I think that George was also more hoping the race would get rained off, and he'll take a shot here and go from there.
Take a look at what else is coming up on tap today with today's races, as always presented by Claiborne Farm. We have a 9-race card. The Awad goes as race 3. Start of the pick 6 in the 4th. Fast and firm, as mentioned. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Be sure to sign up today and get up to a $200 deposit match bonus with promo code BONUS200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at NairaBets.com. We get ready for the opener here. It's a maiden claiming just for $20,000 to kick things off, a mile on the main track for fillies and mares. And right now you do see Here's Your Trouble taking a lot of attention. I think, yes, with the scratch of the morning line favorite, but also in large part because Flavien Prat picks up the mount on this one.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what's going on with this horse taking that much money is the Flavien Prat factor. I'm not saying he can't win. Obviously, he has back form good enough to win, going a mile and a 16th to Keeneland. But his form kind of dissipated for Linda off the claim, and then Rudy claimed, and the horse did not lift a hoof last time without, I mean, a little bit of trouble, but nothing of that consequential, and you're taking the worst of it. Obviously, it is a major scratch, but you could also say maybe it opens the race up more because Snide would have been maybe 2 to 5 in this race. I'm going to try Kara's Chianti, a horse, if she can ever refine her debut, she can win, but it's beginning to be farther and farther in the rearview mirror.
Here are the mounts today for Flavien Prat. Again, this is a pickup mount with Jose Gomez sidelined this weekend. So Flavien picking up the mount here. Of course, he's had a tremendous last week after coming back with 2 Breeders' Cup wins out at Del Mar. Had a 7-win Sunday, a 4-win Thursday, just making very few wrong moves out there on the track.
I mean, nothing but right moves. Just remarkable. He's a tremendous rider, and he's just, I mean, yes, he's won with some favorites, but even yesterday, you know, winning that turf sprint 6-1, he just does not make a lot of mistakes.
Let's meet the field, kicking things off with Flaming Spirit, who tries the dirt for the first time.
Yeah, but has enough pedigree, even though it's more of a turfy-looking pedigree, to be able to handle it in this field. You shouldn't ignore anybody.
Here's Your Trouble, currently the favorite.
Yeah, and you want to take 6 to 5 because Flavien's riding. Okay, he may win, but I think that's a ridiculous price.
3 is out. There's the 4, 'Tis All Mine, turf to dirt.
Seems like the least likely winner here has never lifted a hoof in a dirt race.
There's 5, Kara's Chianti, stretching out.
He does have that first, or she does, that first race. If she can find it, maybe she needed a little bit of a freshening, she will be forward and she will be tough.
and Autumn's turn now in the Wayne Potts barn.
Yeah, she's just had so many chances, but 2-1, tough to take 2-1 in this horse, but she's had figures that can beat this field, so I understand why she's taking money.
7-5 though on the 2. Here's your trouble getting a big warm up with Flavian. As I see an extension blinker, just fun fact, and I'm sure we'll give Maggie Wolfendale time to expound on this, but Rudy Rodriguez actually brought this horse into the paddock last time with an extension blinker on, wanting to run her in that equipment, but she was listed blinkers off. So now he does get to make the equipment change. Here is Flavian's fantastic week, 14 for 30, 6 more in the money. Just remarkable.
Well, you also look at those numbers, and taking the board 20 times and winning with 70% of them, it basically says when he was riding the best horse, he won.
You got to have the horse, that's for sure. And as we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale, he is on the current 6-5 favorite here, Maggie, for Rudy Rodriguez with that equipment change.
Yeah, exactly, Acacia. And I had a feeling we'd see her in this type of blinker based upon how she behaved in her last effort. Oh, look, Rudy. He's right over my shoulder there. She was one that was getting out badly. She kind of got checked going into the turn last time out, and then from then on, she just proceeded to get out significantly when Christian Mirage took a hold of her. So Flavian Prat, getting to know her out there. Glad he is, because she is quite resentful to it looks and it appears of that Houghton bit. You see her messing with her mouth. He's giving her a little bit of a schooling, to say the least. Wish she was a little bit more settled in the warm-up here. I defaulted to her with the scratch of Snide because I felt as though she should be forwardly placed. And while I did anticipate Rudy putting this blinker on her based upon her last performance, it can lead to tardy breaks a lot of times because they just can't see the doors opening as quickly / the other horses leaving as quickly as they would with a full field of vision. We'll see how she does here as we'll move on to number 1. Trying the turf for the first time is Flaming Spirit, whom, while I much prefer Flame Away Progeny on the turf, that's the bulk of his success, there is some dirt on the bottom side. She is half to the King's Cheek, who is a pretty successful dirt router, and she looks the part here coming in for Chuck Lawrence. Honestly, she does not look exclusively turf meant. A little bit of a flatter foot on her, but very upright in her pasterns, but more of a straighter hind leg to her, and otherwise looks great here. I'm more of the positive end of her handling the dirt here based upon now seeing her than what I was going into this race. It's definitely a race that is ripe for the picking, as the speed, if the 2 doesn't break, very well could land on number 5, Kara's Chianti here, which that could make her dangerous in these lower level maiden claimers. Sometimes it's all about who gets to the front, because other ones are, well, not likely to pass. They lack that kind of quote-unquote killer instinct and much prefer running with the herd. As Kara's Chianti, though, while she is a daughter of Vino Rosso, there is some pedigree to say that she'll handle the stretch out physically. Boy, she does not look like she wants to go further than 6 furlongs. She is incredibly stout, incredibly compact, and as I've said throughout her career, she's just not the most athletic. So granted, getting to this level should help her overall, but she does have that layoff to keep in mind. Not a big one, but enough of one to question, for me, how fit she actually is and to question the distance. But like I said, Acacia, if she can get to the front, this race could be over.
Her speed could be dangerous. Maggie, thank you. She's 5-2. And Andy, she ran a 70 by her speed figure on debut. So we'll see what she can do getting some softer competition to face.
Yeah, I mean, you look at her second start. She's running against Ragtime, was a great stakes horse, and, some tough races after that. But her form did fall apart. And I think the positive is, and I picked her, I'm not running to the window to bet her, though 3-1, I'll bet a few dollars on her, is her best race was fresh. So maybe a little bit of a freshening now will give her a chance to get back some better races. She certainly has to, because other than her first start, she's never lifted a hoof.
Mm-hmm. The 6, Autumn's turn to the outside. She's 2-1, and she does have some figures that would make her competitive.
Yep.
I know that largely they've been against tougher, but she is a little bit tough to take at 0-for-24.
She is, for a barn that's, been struggling, but the fact is, she's got a bevy of speed figures that are consistently faster than these horses run in the dirt. So I totally understand why she's getting bet. And I mean, it's a little hard to make Tiz All Mine here. If you want to bet her, go ahead. But having said that, there's just not much form to go on. So sitting here and telling people why you don't want to bet the 1, 2, 5, and 6, I just think that's a fool's errand, because someone's going to win this race, and they're not going to look that much better coming out of their win than they do coming in. But somebody's going to win, because you do have a race where there was a horse, Snide. I mean, Snide could have been 2 to 5 in this race, and justifiably so. And I guess Linda had to get her scratch over with early in the first race. I don't know what happened, because he's not going to find an easier, she's not going to find an easier field than this one. I don't get it.
There is a horse that's now your favorite. Here's Your Trouble, Flavien Prat picking up the mount. We'll see if she's a little bit easier to handle in the running of the race. As Maggie mentioned, she was really getting out, and the rider really struggling to handle her in the running of that last race. And it looks like they're doing a saddle adjustment on the number 4, Tiz All Mine. Behind the gate.
Yeah, the problem with Here's Your Trouble is, do you really think this horse is a 6 to 5 shot in here just because Flavien Prat is riding? Because blinkers back on or not, it's not like this horse just ran one bad race last time. This horse's race 2 back wasn't very good either, and there's some question of whether or not this horse has kind of lost that form. And obviously, the last time Flavien rode this horse for trainer Brendan Walsh, ran a race that's likely to win this race and make 6 to 5 look like an overlay. Are you really confident she's going to run back to that? Then
Since
again,
then, she's been very disappointing.
She's been bad, and I understand Flavien's on her, and I understand he's a great rider, but he's not going to make a slow horse run fast. He's going to make the right decisions in a race and maximize the horse's chances of winning, and I just think taking 6 to 5, and she may win. I'm not saying she might not, but I just feel like you'll find better 6 to 5 shots to bet on.
And to be fair, Flavien is an excellent jockey. He's done a great role. We're spoiled here in New York. There is a depth of talent in that jockey's room that it doesn't make that much of a difference sometimes.
I agree. It's not Flavien and a bunch of clowns in there. There's Hall of Fame riders, people who should be and probably will be in the Hall of Fame, and they're also riding really well. You know, it's not just that they're good riders. I think the quality of the riding we have been seeing in New York has been exceptional. There just aren't that many races where you make a case afterwards and say, this guy blew it or that guy blew it. It's not happening that much, if at all.
Flavien Prat aboard the favorite, though, at 7 to 5 as they load in for the opener, Graduation Day, for one of these fillies. Chris Griffin standing by with the call of the opener, live at Aqueduct.
Autumn's Turn goes in. All set. And they're off. Tiz All Mine has asked for speed. Kara's Chianti is quickest. Kara's Chianti towards the outside with a nose advantage, and here at the rail, that's going to be Flaming Spirit. Flaming Spirit and Kara's Chianti, these two hook up early as they get set to come out of the chute, and now with a neck advantage, it's Flaming Spirit. They now hook up with the backstretch and no easy leads. It's Flaming Spirit to the inside. Kara's Chianti, big gap of already 4.5 lengths here to progressing. Here's Your Trouble is now alone in third. Comes after those two leaders, 23.22 for a pressured opening quarter mile. Tiz All Mine and Autumn's Turn, they're the two trailers. The leader at the rail is Flaming Spirit. Kara's Chianti right there 2 wide, 3 wide. Now joining them is Here's Your Trouble. Wanted to join these early leaders as they approach 4 furlongs left to go. Autumn's Turn is trying to launch from the back, second to last, and the trailer, Tiz All Mine. 3 of them into the turn together, 47.26 for that half-mile time. Kara's Chianti has put ahead in front. Right to the outside, Here's Your Troubles. Got to pick it up from there. Has lost a little ground, now encouraged to keep up with At the Rail Flaming Spirit. Autumn's Turn is in fourth, is slowly making some progress, is now 3 off the lead. They reach the top of the stretch. Kara's Chianti is in front. Flaming Spirit towards the inside. Here's Your Trouble with that sustained rally, and now Here's Your Trouble trying to stretch the margin. Autumn's Turn, the main danger, grandstand side coming after the new leader. Here's Your Trouble, who's opening up here by 3.5, almost 4. Autumn's Turn to the outside of Kara's Chianti. They're battling on for the place, but inside the final 16th, Flavien Prat. Here's Your Trouble. Right there for second was Autumn's Turn. Then came Kara's Chianti and Flaming Spirit in 1 minute 37.53 seconds.
Flavien Prat kicking off the day with a winner. Here's Your Trouble, extension blinker, and cage bit on. Made all the difference, and she was just best in here.
She was. Flaming Spirit, who ended up running nowhere, being super aggressively ridden. I'm not knocking the ride, but it ended up dramatically hurting the 5's chances and helping the 2's chances. Having said that, Here's Your Trouble was going to win this race regardless of that or not. Maybe the 5 would have been second, but she wouldn't have won. And she did drift up to 9-5, so she was in the 6-5. We thought she'd be going into the gate, and she drifted up. You got a slightly better price, and she got the money.
9-5, and she won like a short price favorite
Yes, she
should.
did.
2-6-5-1. It was a battle for second with Autumn's Turn coming out ahead of Karis Chianti. There was some pace on the front end. She sat just behind it, really got a great trip, and she just was always traveling like a winner every step.
I agree. I mean, she kind of stayed off for a little on the turn, and it looked like maybe the 5 was getting away, but as soon as they sort of made that cut into the stretch, it was clear the 5 had had enough, and Here's Your Trouble was there, and tough beat if you had a little 2-5, which I didn't, but because the 5 clearly ran the second best race. But Here's Your Trouble, found the right field and the right rider, I guess.
You saw Rudy Rodriguez. He's the co-owner of this one as well. Found the right spot for her to get to the winner's circle. Gets the victory at 9-5 here in the opener at the Big A. We're just getting started. As mentioned yesterday, we saw some really great stakes action here on the Saturday card at Aqueduct. That did include fully subscribed in the Mother Goose. She was best, and she put on a big show, as did her trainer, Chad Brown, with a multi-win day. We'll recap the Mother Goose after this.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. We are brought to you by Naira Bets, but any track, anywhere, anytime, even in the middle of Manhattan, as we are live here at Aqueduct, as Here's Your Trouble had no trouble today, breaking her maiden quite easily for none other than Flavien Prat. And of course, Rudy Rodriguez, co-owner and trainer of this filly. And Rudy, I know Acacia was saying that last time you wanted to run her in that extension blinker. Didn't go well. I can see why you wanted to run her in it.
You know, when I entered the last time, I thought I entered with the blinkers on. And I really don't look at the form. I look at the failure like in the morning, she was drifting out. So when I entered, I'm sure I entered with the blinky on.
Yeah.
So they tell me, no, we got the extension blinker in the para. So they take me off. I tell Paul, I should scratch him.
Yeah.
Because and then as soon as she ran, she went to the outside fence. So. But, you know, things happen for a reason, and thank God she got the job done. And I'm just sad for my son, the ESP car, Jose Gomez, and I thought we was going to put him in a winner today, and things, I don't know.
Well, speaking of rider changes, you did get Flavien Prat. I mean, that's a pretty good consolation.
Definitely. You know, I test the agent early. He don't still test me, so I saw Fabian work on horse for a shot this morning. And I said, listen, try to go early to the room because I'm going to put you on the horse in the first race. I know you rode the horse for Brandon Walsh in Kentucky, so if you want to ride it, yes. If you know, just send me a test or whatever. I guess he picked it out the mouth, so that's it.
It's a good thing you saw him. Do want to ask you, you have Quick Power Nat coming up in today's fourth race. She's going to try to stretch out in distance, Rudy. I know turf racing's coming to an end here. Do you think she can stretch, or is this just, I need a turf race?
You know, I'm going to follow the owner, Dustin, and he say, let's try him long. I think I already tried him long and don't work.
No, I don't think you did. I looked back.
Yeah, so maybe I'm wrong, but every time we try to get it close, she stops. So we're gonna tell Ruben to just ride out the way like a sprinter, just keep it together, and hopefully she can finish up.
All right, well, best of luck with her. Maybe you get another one.
I'm sure she's pretty fit right now.
She's fit. She's at a comprehensive 2025. Well, Rudy, congratulations here.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
All right, pickup mounts. They're often lucky. I know Rudy, he would know that, being a former rider himself. Acacia?
He definitely would, but now training and had this horse in the right spot. Here's your trouble, $5.66 winner. 265 in the opener.
With all due respect to Rudy, he probably agreed he's a better trainer than he was a rider.
Yeah, he had a lot of success. And
What I always loved about Rudy when he was riding is he was always the track. You'd see him walking around the paddock area because he didn't have a lot of mounts, and you'd see him around. So Rudy loves the game. You can
Rudy
see
is
that,
a true
you know.
racetracker.
Yes, he is.
You'll now see him if you ever go to training over at Belmont Park. You see him galloping horses. So
That
too.
won't happen, but I'll be there in the morning.
You don't go to training? Yeah. You don't get up
I don't
early.
go in Saratoga. It's 4 blocks from where I live.
Yeah.
I'm certainly not going to go out to Belmont for the training in the
You
morning.
have to join Maggie and I out
Yeah,
there
it's not
in
going
the
to happen.
morning. Yeah. Race 2 coming
Get up, and you guys get up. You guys get up when I go to bed.
Maiden special weight for the 2-year-olds going a mile on the main track. Couple of scratches in here as well, but still no surprise to see the $5 million son of Curlin courting, currently the heavy favorite.
Maybe only a 4-horse field, but it's over $6 million with a horse flesh.
Amazing.
And Corton seemed to the light went off late in the race last time out and galloped out very strongly. Wasn't really bet that heavily, all things considered, for a $5 million horse for Todd Pletcher with a $10 million pedigree, going off at 3-1. It's almost like they knew the horse would probably need a race. Now, if Grittiness can get back to that first race form, Grittiness could be a rival. Otherwise, this horse is going to win.
Courting the full brother to multiple Grade 1 winner Clairiere. As mentioned, just a huge pedigree and a big purchase price as a yearling as well. Now, yesterday in the Mother Goose, we did see a Chad Brown trainee, as it was quite a day for Chad Brown. Dylan Davis aboard this one for Klarovich Stables, fully subscribed. I thought she really improved last time when stretching out to the mile and an eighth, having to finish second with a horse that wired the field. And today, or I should say yesterday, she got the right kind of trip, and she was decidedly best.
She took the big step forward. I agree. I thought she ran very well. Chad's always liked her. The intention was to run her in the Demoiselle last year after breaking her maiden, and just some issues arose that kept her off the track for a while. And I think, I mean, I'm not saying she didn't have a good trip, but I don't think Dylan wanted to move as early as he did. But when the runner-up in here kind of moved outside of her, it forced him to move earlier than he may have wanted to. And, I mean, Drexel Hill ran fine to be second, and it's a good start for her coming back, her first start since the Oaks 6 months later. but she was no match for Fully Subscribed, who feels like she could be headed for what could be a very productive 4-year-old year.
Yeah, good to see Drexel Hill back. As you mentioned, the 9, she finished second, her first start since finishing second in the Kentucky Oaks. Not an easy spot to come back in, going a mile and an eighth against with a tough post and some talented fillies. So I think certainly a race that she should move forward out of.
No, I agree. I thought she ran very well in there, and hopefully, you know, we're getting some more life in this division, because you lose Torpedo Anna, and we're going to lose some the good horses out of that division. Maybe Scylla's going to stick around. If she does, I imagine Bill will be keeping her going long, but we could use some fresh blood, because the 3-year-old fillies, other than Nitrogen, have been a very inconsistent bunch, so we'll see if some of these can sort of brighten that up.
Maybe kind of some new faces. Maggie, Fully Subscribed, and Drexel Hill running 1-2 in the Mother Goose. What were your thoughts on yesterday's race?
Yeah, it does feel like we are losing several of those 4-year-old fillies. So we had a big field in the Mother Goose to kind of step up and foreseeably fill those shoes, and Fully Subscribed stamped herself as possibly the one going forward that you definitely wanted, as she's had a bit of an abbreviated campaign, but really getting on track here towards the tail end of this 3-year-old season, in that when she came back, she took a lot of money. She was preparing really well up at Saratoga for that A other than try against some older rivals. And then, you know, I questioned it a bit when Chad opted to stretch her out last time around the 2 turns, because she's not the biggest type. She is very much of the same ilk, though, as her sire, Tiz the Law, who had 2 Greatest Stakes winners on yesterday's card. But the way she moves a lot like him. Massive stride, really efficient stride, too, that just covers a lot of ground. And I felt like yesterday was truly her breaking out performance, and looking forward to what she shows us in the future. And Drexel Hall, to be fair to her, I was more of the thought process and kind of talking with Whit Beckman too, that she was one that might be better around 1 turn because she could get a pace to close into. She did get a little bit of pace, honestly, yesterday, but I thought she ran very well with a wide trip. So a promising return to the races, where I know her connections were a little bit dubious coming back in this spot, but onwards and upwards for both of these fillies.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be fun to follow both of them moving forward, especially into their 3-year-old seasons. But Fully Subscribed, I'm with Maggie. She has that massive stride on her, the way that she covers the ground. And it was a big day for Chad Brown and Clarevich Stables.
Yeah, they had 4 wins. It's funny, you know, they won 4 races last Sunday, 3 here and 1 at Churchill. And I had said something to Seth about how, you know, you winning 4 races, and he even said to me, I don't know if I've ever had a day like that, and then have another one the following Saturday. Quite a good run.
And especially picking up a race like the Mother Goose in a competitive field, and see what the future does hold for Fully Subscribed, now a graded stakes winner. Horses in the paddock, though, for race 2. That's what a $5 million yearling looks like. Courting making his 2nd start in this maiden race. He's currently the favorite. We'll get a paddock report from Maggie. More on that after this.
Now $1,600,000, $1,600,000 bid now $650,000, $1,650,000, $1,650,000. Anybody else want $650,000 bid today? $1,650,000 $1,600,000. Thank you.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York-bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
Jackie's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jackie's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jackie's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
Race Lens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. Race Lens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
Well, we've been here since 1910. Started here with my great-grandfather. They moved the operation from Virginia to present-day Claiborne in Paris, Kentucky. Long lineage between my grandfather, Bull Hancock, who was really influential in importing European stallions. And those stallions ended up kind of transcending the American bloodstock, and they're still evident and prevalent throughout the pedigrees today. My father, he had Mr. Prospector. He brought him up from Florida. He's had Danzig. Obviously, Secretariat was his first stallion that he ever syndicated, so he caught lightning in a bottle right off the bat, and I'm trying to do the same thing now. Certainly, we've come along and been really lucky and gotten some really good stallions along the way. Warfront's obviously in the sunset of his career. He's been unbelievable for us. We're looking for someone to fill his shoes, and we're excited about Mindframe. We think he can be that next big horse for us. Annapolis has had his first foals on the ground, and they're looking unbelievable. Certainly Prince of Monaco, he has his first that are in utero, and we're looking forward to those foals in the spring. We've really put an emphasis on our September sale this year, more so than years past. We're feeling confident that we have a really good group, and hopefully the sales results will prove that. We've had a lot of wonderful clients over the years that have really supported us and backed us, and that's been one of the main reasons why we've had the success we've had. We couldn't do it without them. It's hard to be in business for 115 years if you're not doing things the right way. Our motto is do the usual and usually well, and we've always felt like if you take care of the horse is going to take care of you, and we've certainly been lucky in that regard.
And America's Day at the Races is presented by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. We have 2-year-old maiden special weight field coming up next in the second race. Of course, a lot of eyes going to be on the number 6 Courting, who finished 4th on debut. Just really kind of struck you in watching that race like it was a horse that would really benefit from a start. And debuting at a mile, not an easy thing to do.
No, I agree. And her dam was a very good horse cavorting. She won the Prioress and Test for Kieran McLaughlin's 3-year-old, and then he stretched her out. And I believe that she won the Phipps, and I think her last race to Personal Ensign, because I feel like she won a 2-turn race going there, and then she got hurt after that and didn't run again. But she won,
was very good.
You know, grade 1s or grade 2s from 6 furlongs to 1 mile and 1/8. Not an easy thing to do, especially doing it as an older horse. I was dubious when he stretched her out, and Kieran was absolutely right. And obviously, Clairiere is the Foley's horse, a very, very good horse.
Very good pedigree and high purchase price as we head down to Maggie. Maggie, what does $5 million of horse flesh look like?
Looks like a very classic looking thoroughbred. You know, when you see those paintings of thoroughbreds from yesteryear, he definitely represents that because he's got a lot of leg. He's got a lot of scope to him as well. Now, with that being said, I wish he had filled out maybe just a touch from his first to second start, but nonetheless, he is incredibly athletic looking. He was professional first time in the prelims, though I did notice that Johnny kept him moving throughout because I think the anticipation was there that this guy would not have that much early speed, given the fact that he has that pedigree, he has that physical type. He was debuting at a mile, and he really wasn't taking that much money. So all that equals not having much early speed in these races. So I wonder with the experience, however, if he is a bit closer, and obviously a short field that should draw him in a bit closer to the early leaders. He did log in a little bit late in the stretch. I can't remember what bit he had on, honestly, first time out, but I do notice that he is wearing a ring bit today, so we'll see if he can run a straighter course as well with the experience. Now, Todd will send out another horse in here that I find intriguing, number 3, Grittiness. He's one that debuted at 6.5 that I thought definitely longer the better, because at that point in time, I think that was the longest we were writing the races. So I like him getting to a mile, needless to say. He's just built that way. He's another son of Curlin. And I think he should appreciate it. He comes in here looking fit. I think there was probably a minor issue coming out of that disappointing effort second time out, and because he did not work at all the entire month of September. And I think this is the right spot for him. We'll see if he can get back more towards his first effort, in which he was behind the probable 2-year-old champion in Ted Nafi, Acacia.
That horse undefeated, Breeders' Cup Juvenile winner, and Grittiness was in deep, you could say, in a pretty live maiden race. Not to be surprised seeing that at Saratoga, but a horse, if he could run back to the figure he ran first time out, could certainly be a player in here.
No, I agree. I mean, based on just his first race, he's a major player. His last race was a disaster, and Maggie said he missed some training. Maybe there was a viable excuse for that. He's still going to have to run well to beat the bottom horse.
Here's I'm a Big Bad Wolf. Blinkers come right off.
Yeah, he ran okay first time out and was a little disappointing in the same race that Courting was in last time. You okay, Acacia?
I just dropped my Apple Pencil. Grittiness went by. There's the 5. Stream It.
Yeah, we'll talk about Grittiness more. We'll have plenty of time. Stream It. You know I love Linda horses with a little experience, but this horse has done no running.
And Courting, $5 million son of Curlin.
I don't know if this horse should be 1-9, but should be a pretty heavy favorite and supposed to be able to build off the debut where he probably needed it. And even if he doesn't, he's a likely winner.
You could earn a 10% bonus today with your Exacta bets at Del Mar. Opt in at NyraBets.com for a 10% Exacta bonus today. Thank you, Andy. Retrieve my Apple Pencil. Who says chivalry
I have
is
less
dead?
hair that I need to move my my microphone than you do. It's a little
I have a lot of
more
hair.
of a chore for you to take your microphone off.
Yes, it is. There is Courting, the favorite. We'll take a look at his first race, where he did finish 4th behind Igniter that day. This was at the end of September, so it took him a little bit of time to get to the races, debut at a mile, kind of what Maggie was touching on, and there he is in those Whisper Hill Farm Silks. Kind of lugging in a little bit erratic, a little bit green. Just seems like maybe the light bulb hadn't completely clicked on yet.
He ran just like a first-time starter.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of these 2-year-olds, they're just not. They got a lot to figure out. He's probably going to have more to figure out even after today. But I thought he sort of straightened out a little bit towards the late stage. He galloped out past the field. He's probably not going to have any distance limitations. And, you know, Maggie made an interesting point to me earlier today. He said, Chad may have wanted to find a 1 1/8 race. Tougher to get those races to fill. So he'll take the mile race. And listen, he's probably going to win this race. 1-9 is overboard on anything. But I think that Maggie's case of the 3, if we can get back to Grittiness, is a fair one because he ran, he had legit trouble in his debut. And he ran a competitive race in a good field with Ted Nafi, obviously no introduction. But he was bad last time. But as Maggie had pointed out, he missed training after that for about a month. So maybe he came out of the race sick. Maybe he had been sick. Sometimes you don't know going in or they come out of it. It turns out they had mucus. You didn't know about it. So maybe something went wrong because he ran so well first time and then was awful with a good trip in his second start. He is a better horse than that. The problem is if let's say his first race is a true indication and he improves off of it, he's going to have to hope that Courting does not improve or run back to that race to beat him. The one edge he may have on Courting is he's likely to be up close before more forward. But I'm a Big Bad Wolf is probably going to have speed as well. And in 4-horse fields, they just don't seem to gap out,
8-1 on I'm a Big Bad Wolf, Maggie, as those blinkers come right off with that experiment last time out.
Yeah, Acacia, I actually picked him first time out behind Universe, in which he was the only horse to make up ground in that particular race. He completely blew the break. He was very green early on and kind of put it all together very late in the game. So I understand why they put the blinkers on at second asking, but he broke better. He sat the pocket. And he was asked, but he showed nothing. And I was wondering if, sometimes with the blinkers on, they kind of run with the emergency brake on because they can't see what's going on. So they're a little hesitant to kind of kick on. It has the almost opposite effect of what you're trying to do with those blinkers. So obviously they come off here today. The other thing with this guy is that in those two previous starts, he just didn't look 100% fit. You know, he was just a bit of a chunky guy, to say the least. Now, with some racing, with some more training, he finally looks more fit. And he got a beautiful warm up here with Manny Franco aboard, who will be on his back for the first time. And he's moving incredibly well. And this is, like I said, this is just the most fit he's ever appeared. So it'll be interesting to see who actually gets to the lead. I'd be apt to say that I'm a Big Bad Wolf with Manny might be controlling early. Acacia?
See how it plays out, Maggie. Thank you. 6-1 on I'm a Big Bad Wolf. Grittiness coming down. Still a very short price to the outside on Courting. How did you see the race playing out tactically?
Well, I think the 2 is going to go and the 3 is going to be close, but I don't think Courting's going to be that far out of it. You know, with a horse like Courting, you got that kind of pedigree. You spend that kind of money. And listen, Mandy Pope will spend a lot of money, often for broodmares, but for racehorses too. You're not thinking just about winning maiden races. You're thinking about, you know, getting them to the Derby. And I could understand, you know, his first race was good enough and his pedigree is strong enough to suggest there could be some real forward movement. And it's hard to believe he's not going to be comfortable with longer distance races. So, you know, we're looking at a horse in here if things go well. And in horse racing, things going well is not something to take for granted, because if it can go wrong, it will go wrong, and it does go wrong and will go wrong. But this could be a Triple Crown type horse, not winning the Triple Crown. I'm saying, you know, Triple Crown races. I mean, this is a kind of maiden breaker you're going to see. They're obviously, you don't spend $5 million hoping you win non-winners of 1s and non-winners of 2s. You're looking to win big races, and with this pedigree and that purchase price, they're thinking Derby. They're thinking Travers. They're thinking the biggest races, and we may well see them in those races.
They're thinking grade 1s to create a stallion, ideally, as this one, the full brother to multiple grade 1 winner Clairiere, but she's actually not the only good horse in the family, which I thought was really encouraging, because sometimes you see really talented race mares that don't always pass that on. Cavorting herself was very good. She produced Clairiere. There's also Lacrete, who is a stakes winner, and this one's also the full to multiple graded stakes place, Judge Miller. So it's been a live family.
And Clairiere, I believe, won her debut at a mile and a 16th at Churchill.
Yeah.
I believe.
She was a fun horse.
I loved Clairiere.
Yeah, she's
absolutely
awesome.
One of my favorite horses of the last 10 years or so. I loved her.
Really fun to watch. Well, we'll see if her full brother can break his maiden today at 1-9. Race 2, maiden special weight. Coming up, here's Chris Griffin.
And they're off. Stream It was off slowly. Courting goes right out to the front with I'm a Big Bad Wolf. I'm a Big Bad Wolf with a nose advantage. Courting is engaged, is stalking to the outside here, and now Courting will press on, is up by a neck and doing it all on his own. Courting, I'm a Big Bad Wolf, they're 1-2. Stream It now collects himself, is out in the center of the racetrack, is in third, and the trailer is Grittiness. 24 seconds flat. Easy opening quarter here. Courting just tugging it. John Velasquez wants to go. Stream It is now going to be allowed to get right in behind the leaders as they really slacken off the tempo, and Grittiness is at the back. I'm a Big Bad Wolf still in there, but they're chasing Courting. Courting is a neck in front. I'm a Big Bad Wolf right there at the rail. Stream It is going to be 3 wide. In pursuit of that leader now, 47-4 for a half-mile time, and Courting gets pressure from Stream It. Stream It within a neck. Now Courting just encouraged a little bit here by Velasquez to keep the margin. Courting, Stream It, these two now head and head as Stream It just keeps coming after the big favorite. I'm a Big Bad Wolf is back to third. Grittiness is slipped right in behind the duo as they approach the top of the stretch. The 1-9 favorite's got a tussle on his hand with a big long shot in Stream It, the gray down the center of the racetrack. Courting has still got more. Grittiness starts to collect some momentum too. Courting is just slowly extending away here from Stream It, who's alone in second. Grittiness is going to try one final time. Courting has a 16th left to go, and Courting will get the victory. Courting will win it. Grittiness second. Stream It, and I'm a Big Bad Wolf. 1 minute 36.03 seconds.
Todd Pletcher finishes 1-2, but I'm sure a big sigh of relief to see Courting get the win with horses like that at short prices, and with that purchase price, it's almost a deep breath when they do what they're supposed to do.
And I think the thing that Todd will really like about this performance is the final eighth of a mile in 12.05 seconds and the final quarter mile in 23.95. Now, obviously, he was going very slowly early.
Quickened at the end.
Yeah, it almost reminds me of my favorite chart comment of all time when Swale won the Belmont. I believe it said something like closed off his own fractions. And it's almost like he was really sitting fourth, just he was going so slowly, but he really finished well in here. And I think that's the thing they're going to focus on, because it was the slow pace, but the final time was solid, especially considering the pace. So this is the kind of number that probably the final time number is just okay, but a pace-adjusted number because of the slow pace will look better. And you have to like the way he sort of finished powerfully in here. How good he ends up being, we'll find out much more as he's obviously not going to make, I mean, they could come back in 4 weeks in the Remsen, I suppose, if they wanted to. They may be thinking more, you know, knowing Todd, get him ready for stakes down in Florida. I'm sure there'll be a discussion to see what they do with him, but you have to be happy with the way he finished this race, and I love that pedigree. So, and I like the Stone Street horses, so I'll be rooting for this one.
We love seeing those iconic Stone Street Silks, as this one bred by Stone Street. Of course, they campaigned Clairiere to multiple Grade 1 wins, 1-9. Courting gets the victory, 6-3, 5-2, $5 million. Son of Curlin, now a winner, having broken his mane in. A little bit of bumping there at the start as well, but he was best. We'll bring you prices and more when we come back.
Thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the Races. We are brought to you by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. You can check out stories, betting insights, and race day insights, all at americasbestracing.net today. As I'm pleased to be joined here well, it's actually the paddock, but he was in the winner's circle aboard courting just a few minutes ago. Todd Pletcher training this incredibly well-bred son of Curlin, and on his back, the Hall of Famer John Velasquez. And Johnny, you rode this guy first time out, and you know, a $5 million purchase price, it's a lot to live up to, of course. I noticed you kind of kept him moving. He just struck me as one that was probably going to need the experience / all the ground that he can handle.
Yeah, he definitely need the experience to come to him to put the light on. He still doesn't know what he's doing, though, you know. So I kind of keep him busy just to, you know, keep his mind and running even down the lane. I kind of got him to ride him a little bit, and after the wire, make sure he gallops out. He's just playing around a lot, though. You know, he's not really getting together what he needs to do, and I think once you get it, he'll be a nice horse, yeah.
How much did he put together today? How much does he still have to learn?
He was worse today than the first time out. He was much worse today, believe it or not. He won today, but he was much worse today. I was telling him, man, he was really bad in the post-bar area, warming up. He's freaking looking and kind of prepping, giving a good warm up, and he broke pretty well, though, you know, but I mean, he just up and down, up and down. He's never given me a really confident that he's going to be taking me somewhere and pay attention. So I kind of have to remind him, you know, to keep his mind running. But I mean, it's a lot to learn, you know. He has plenty to learn, and hopefully he can put it together. And the talent is there. He just has to put it together.
Johnny, you've ridden horses for decades now, and been on some of the best in the game. You know, is there always a learning curve, or do some horses just jump out and do it, you know, immediately in a professional way? Like, who are some of those horses?
You know, there's some horses like Ted, right? Ted Nuffy, puts it together right away. Big horse, but he has his mind there, his body, everything matches together, though. This one is a big, beautiful horse that his mind is not all that yet, though, you know. So depends on the person, the horse, and, you know, just like people are. Some people get it right away, some people don't. So I just hope that with more maturing, he gets what he needs to do and what his business is, though, you know. Because he definitely talent is there. He just need to put it together. Jesus, can't talk.
That's okay. Your insights are incredible, and you can always talk. And we always love having you on here. Congratulations. And here's to hoping he does put it all together.
Me too.
Acacia, it looks as though the future could be bright for courting.
That was some great insight from John Velasquez there, talking about a horse figuring it out. I thought really interesting from a rider who has been there and done that with a lot of talented horses for years.
Johnny's been on the backs of some of the best horses that have raced over the last 30 years and even more than that. And I thought that was a great interview, actually, because I think his he was very open there. You know, a lot of times people are so eager to overly praise. You know, they want the trainer to be happy, they want the owner to be happy, and Johnny obviously knows that Todd's happy with him. The owners are happy with him. So he didn't feel like he had to go up there and BS and give a whole load of, oh, he's so beautiful, he's so great, he's going to do this, he's going to do that. And what Johnny's basically saying is, yeah, he's got a lot of talent. He's got to find a way to show it eventually. And I think he took steps forward for his first to second race. And in a lot of ways, I'd rather have this kind of horse than the ones that are super precocious, because a lot of times those horses will fizzle out over time or not improve as much. And he ran a 77 Beyer first time out. I don't know how much better this is going to be, but I think he has a lot of room to improve. So it's not going to be surprising when in the middle of the next year, if things go well, he's running the kind of numbers that can win the biggest races. And Todd Pletcher certainly knows how to get there with those kind of horses. So he's a good enough horse to win these races despite kind of not knowing what he's doing out there.
We have not yet seen the ceiling for what looks to be an exciting horse courting, breaking his maiden. As we turn the page, it is our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift Farms, 6-time reigning champion General Sire, Into Mischief, sire of this year's Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner Sovereignty. It is the Awad, sprinting on the turf, unfortunately impacted by scratches. Should have ran the other day against the fillies. We see Zuby of Philly taking on the boys because it might have come off. We've been lucky with the weather, but I still think she finds a softer spot than she would have against the fillies.
I'd like to book her at 7-5, though, and she won't be. The one's going to be, I believe, a heavy favorite. And for people wondering about Gypsy Art coming out, okay, he is entered. he has entered in a very tough maiden field, going 6 furlongs on Friday. I think Miguel has a couple horses in there, including a first-time starter. There's a horse that Chad Brown's cutting back in distance from Keeneland that ran well. There's one that Rob Atras ran at Keeneland that ran well. And it's not Wesley that wanted to scratch. It's a rule, had to scratch because being entered in that race. So I don't want people to be home saying, what about Wesley Ward? Why did he scratch this horse? He would have run this horse.
Yes, Miguel was very upset when he saw the overnight.
What?
That this horse was in the maiden.
He's not the only horse he's got to worry about in there, too.
I mean,
that's
a tough race.
I mean, you look at that race. It's listen, people want to run. It's going to be their last chance to run. And you know, if Miguel thought he was going to get away with a soft spot, then he's got a soft spot in his head somewhere. If he thought that was going to happen, guys are going to run. There's a reason these races get competitive late in the year. You got to get them in the races earlier if you want softer spots.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we'll see who can take a step forward in the award coming up. But yesterday, on top of the Mother Goose, we also had the Dwyer, which was a short but really competitive field. Turns out it actually wasn't that competitive because Disco Time was dazzling in this performance.
He made some good horses look very, very bad. And I am going to say something about Stars and Stripes, who ran badly to finish 4th after talking about him. But these are the kind of performances that you remember. You know, you want to see the big races because you want to see a performance. You know, I think none of us will ever forget Arrogate. I can remember him coming down the stretch thinking about those silks in the Travers and just, I mean, you were awestruck, absolutely awestruck by those kind of performances. And I think we saw some very good performances by Sovereignty as well, but other horses, you know, Flightline, these kind of horses. And this horse, I'm not comparing to Flightline, I'm not comparing to Sovereignty, but frankly, it's running the kind of figures the Sovereignty's running. So it's not that ridiculous to say this was incredible, this performance by him. I think even Flo was a little bit surprised looking back. What I wanted to say about the Mott horse, Stars and Stripes, Bill scratched 2 horses, both his horses out of the second race today. Bill doesn't scratch. He's not afraid about his percentage. Bill runs. So I wonder if there's something going through the barn because other than winning the Long Island, his horses badly underperformed. Horses for Bill Mott don't badly underperform.
Yeah.
Now, one horse here, one horse there, it's going to happen. But to have so many good horses, whether or not they're going to win the races or not, they were last, second to last. They were bad. I wonder if something was going to the barn. I could be wrong, but maybe it didn't really show up until yesterday, and now that's why those horses were scratched. They're sick or something going through because he had too many good horses badly underperform yesterday, and that's not what you see from Bill Mott.
Very interesting point, but it was all about Disco Time, who remains undefeated. Looks like the Saudi Cup, the long-term goal for him, as he's still lightly raced. Horses in the paddock, though, there's Throckmorton getting onto the turf for the first time for Jose D'Angelo. The Awad Stakes coming up for these 2-year-olds and our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day.
The lead belongs to Epic Ride. He is showing them a clean pair of heels.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
But it's all Pinehurst.
Grade 1 winner at 2.
Very impressive in the runaway Delmar Futurity.
Graded stakes winner at 3.
Pinehurst so gutsy.
The highest earning son of Twirling Candy.
Pinehurst last at home to win it for the United States.
Bred on the same cross as Gunrunner. Pinehurst, standing at Womack.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
My favorite race is the Pilgrim of 1992. I'm going to run Dr. Elfus. It's with Eddie Maple. Jim Ryan calls me up the morning of entries and said, listen, I wouldn't mind running a wad in that race. And I'm like, really? I said, well, let me see what I can do. You know, I remember having lunch with Mr. Drago. He said to me, I'd rather not be in an entry with another horse in a race. And I said, well, Alan, listen, he's still a maiden, you know, trying to get a check, just trying to get a piece of it. I don't think he beats your horse.
And they're off. Dr. Elfus comes out running and gets directly to the lead.
Dr. Elfus is just cruising on the lead here with Eddie. At this point, you know, I think I've got a great shot to win it with Dr. Elfus, but at the same time, Awad's running a big race.
Moving toward the top of the stretch, it's still Dr. Elfus who turns for home. And his mate Awad is right there. They're 1-2 now as the field turns for home.
I'm thinking, oh crap, if this horse beats this other horse, I might be in trouble. They're dueling with each other. You know, which one's going to win it? I mean, I'm thinking at this time, like, holy mackerel, I'm going to be 1-2. Now, I'm supposed to be elated. I'm walking downstairs thinking, I can't believe I just ran 1-2 in a stake, and I might have blown an owner over this. Because Awad was a maiden, nobody came for the race. Jim didn't show up or anyone. That was a turning point in Awad's career, and it went on to be bigger and better things. It was a defining moment in my career, winning the Pilgrim. I think a defining moment for Faye and I, that we could have a stable that could be successful in New York.
Hello, you have reached the house that Awad bought. We're not here right now, so if you leave your name and a number and a brief message, we'll get back to you as soon as possible.
He did so much for us. He did so much for my career. Those horses don't come around very often.
A special horse for trainer Dave Donk, and I always love that. The house that Awad built as we look at his career record, absolutely hickory.
Yeah, well, Davey wouldn't be coupled now. You wouldn't be coupling horses in stake races, even if they had the same owner, and these didn't have that. And of course, Alan Dragone's December Hill Farm, he also had Pennine Ridge. For people wondering about that race, it's named for Alan Dragone, really, not Pennine Ridge. That's why we did it. And Alan, super popular guy, and Dave thought he was getting fired. Alan Dragone would never have fired Dave.
There's a look at Zuby, a filly taking on the boys. She ran and won in an off-the-turf race, but since then has had quite a few works on the turf up at Saratoga in preparation for the spot, too.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to think of this horse. Took no money for a Vekoma for George Weaver in an off-the-turf race.
Yeah.
And I don't know, you know, he's a total guess. The problem in this race is that he showed no speed first time. She showed no speed, and the one could be on just the merriest of chases for everybody else, and only squad goals. The three can be on her.
The Dam is a sister to a very good turf sprinter, though, in Imprimis, so there's plenty of pedigree to
Loved
suggest.
Imprimis.
Yeah, he's
Joe
really cool.
Orsino?
Joe Orsino, yeah, very cool horse. 3-2 now, though. Maggie on the filly taking on the boys in the Awad.
Yeah, and a clever move by George Weaver. It could have been even more clever if Mother Nature had been agreeable with him and actually brought the rain that we had forecasted for this particular day, because she won in that off-the-turf race. And I, like Andy, just don't know what to think about her, because let's face it, with 4 horses in here, 3 of which have never been on the turf. And looking at her, I remember she was meant to debut in a maiden 35 on the dirt. And she was like 2-1 that day, and George scratched her. And I kind of thought it was a weird entry to begin with, because she had been nearly exclusively doing all of her preparations, working out on the turf. So they entered her, brought her back in a maiden optional, you know, that RNA sold for $75 or less. And It was off the turf, and she ran very well. And like Andy said, didn't take that much money. And while there is some trickling of pedigree, if you go back, and obviously Vacoma's very good influence on the turf, then she should handle it. She's just not overly convincing. And while I like her disposition here, she's marching around the paddock, definitely has run on her mind with that start under her belt, and she's strengthened out of it. I don't know. Is she going to show more speed? Possibly in a short field, but she's just not as convincing as I'd like to take on a short price. Whereas number 1, Throckmorton, they've been trying to get him on the turf. He broke through on the synthetic at Gulfstream, and he does have a lot of speed. He is a bit hot, a bit washy here. It's not particularly warm today, so I don't love that. And he hasn't really progressed from his first start to now, when I first saw him back in July. So I don't love that washiness, but Acacia, I will say, he really does look like a turf sprinter.
Son of Caracaro, Maggie, thank you. Throckmorton getting onto the grass for the first time. They did try 2 starts back, though he finally did break his maiden on the turf last time at, on the synthetic last time at Gulfstream, and has had, Andy, plenty of turf works over at Palmettos.
Yeah, I mean, and he's also just in a position where he's got to handle the turf, but I mean, he could lead in a Mary Chase, and I got to tell you, we have not given Jose D'Angelo the love he deserves for winning 2 Breeders' Cup races.
Yeah, more on him in a moment. We'll get back to that. Squad Goals gets onto the grass for the first time.
I picked this one because he can be forward, and the Adam Rice horses just seem to overachieve.
There is the Fort Glorious Boy, last out turf winner.
Yeah, pay no attention to the current board prices. He'll probably be the 4th choice, but I think he'll be much closer to the 5 by post time.
He is actually the only one in this field to have won on the turf before. There is the 5, price. Zuby, the filly, taking on the boys.
If you like this horse, you're going to get a bigger price. The 1 is going to be an overwhelming favorite by post time, probably close to the even money range by the time we get to post time. And this horse will be the 3rd choice at least.
You can earn more with Naira Bets. Get 10 times loyalty points for every $1 you bet on all races at Churchill Downs today. Opt in now at NairaBets.com. Be sure to always check out all of the great things going on over at Naira Bets. 8 to 5 on Zuby here. There she is, 2-year-old filly. Didn't love Maggie's comments, as far as how she appeared in the paddock, and sometimes it is tricky with fillies taking on the boys. I thought first time out she really needed to progress, but she was able to win at first asking, though didn't show much speed. We'll see if she can take a step forward in her 2nd start.
Yeah, she's not for me. Maybe she's a different horse in the turf, and that could certainly be the case. And as I said, you can see right now she's now tied for 2nd choice. The horse in the rail is going to be even money or less, I think. And she's going to be 3 to 1 or more. You're going to get a higher price. She has no speed, and maybe she improves in the turf. Maybe she's a different horse. She's going to have to be.
The 3 Squad Goals where you landed has had 2 starts on the synthetic over at Presque Isle for Adam Rice, and we've seen, particularly with his 2-year-olds, the horses he brings to Naira have been well meant.
That's an understatement. I mean, the guy just wins, and I think to just dismiss his horses is a mistake. I don't think there's a ton of turf pedigree here, to be honest with you, one in synthetic, and that concerns me a little bit. I would have liked him on the dirt, actually. But in Adam Rice, I will trust, but he's going to have to deal with Throckmorton.
Flavien Prat going to be aboard this one. We'll see if he can pick up another win on the card from Warren Squad Goals. Let's go back to Bangy.
Yeah, I like Squad Goals in here. It has enough tactical speed, I believe, to just sit off the flank of Throckmorton in here, who's definitely acting like the sharpest and fastest horse as well. I love the way that Flavien has Squad Goals warming up, really framed up beautifully. Easily got to the lead last time out through tepid fractions, but you can often build upon that. And while he doesn't have an abundance of turf pedigree, as you guys were just touching on, definitely has more of a turf hoof to him, and the fact that he handled the synthetic up at Presque Isle is a push in that direction. Not a 100% convincing one, but at least, a positive aspect of his form. So I'm going to take him in here, but the highest price on the board right now is the only horse to have success or known turf form, and that is number 4, Glorious Boy, who I just like the way this horse has progressed through his career. He might be I don't want to say cheaper, but it just feels as though he broke his maiden in a one of the auction maidens. But before that, he was in some pretty good races on the dirt. And he's just mentally matured tenfold. He's fitter. He's more athletic looking. I get it. The problem for him is that he's a closer in a short field, and he's probably not going to get a big pace to close into. But Javier Castellano has been warming him up aggressively, so I can foresee him being a little bit handier than what we saw in that maiden score, which he did put a lot of separation between, when you talk about turf races and how they're much more smushed together fields, the 2 lengths is a pretty big win margin, Acacia.
Yeah, it certainly is, especially for a turf sprint, Maggie, thank you. And he had a big field of 10 that he was facing, though again, it was a maiden optional claiming. Last time out, Glorious Boy, but he does boast a win on the turf, which nobody that he's running against today can say.
I would certainly rather bet this horse at 5-1 than take 2-1 on the bottom horse, which I don't get at all. But it's problematic because he comes out of a race that collapsed. So the race was run in a positive manner for him, and now he goes into a race that in all probability is going to be run in a negative manner for him. So that's going to make it harder for him to win. And also, there's a likelihood that the 1 and/or 3 are better horses. Listen, I'm not going to knock somebody that takes him at 9-2. I can totally understand that thought process. And if somebody wanted to let me take about 8-5 that he beats the 5, I'm in. Okay, because I think the difference in prices between the 4 and 5 is a mistake. But we'll find all those things out. And they just keep betting on the 5. Maybe I'll be wrong about Zuby, but I don't see it.
Throckmorton now the favorite, the 1. This was a horse who had shown a lot of speed right from the beginning at the 2-year-old sale, and then coming in, faced Curtain Call, who would go on and run in some of those good graded stakes for 2-year-olds, and then gotten off the turf race. So he's had wet track, off the turf run on synthetic. So Jose D'Angelo has clearly been trying to get him on the turf.
Maybe I missed it. Do you know if his last race was supposed to be on turf and they moved to synthetic?
Yes.
It was, so he didn't enter
that's
turf last time.
when it's the checked little symbol like that means it came off and it was on synthetic.
Thank you for that.
Yes. Yeah, but for Jose D'Angelo, who as mentioned, won the Breeders' Cup Sprint and Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Just an amazing little daily double for him.
Yeah, I feel like Jose has not gotten the credit he deserves for that. I mean, winning 2 Breeders' Cup races for anybody is a remarkable feat. And it's, it's just by randomness that they were back-to-back races, but it's an amazing feat for anybody. Jose doesn't have a barn full of expensive horses and a trainer who really had to start from nothing when he came here from Venezuela to win 2 Breeders' Cup races. I think that we need to give him a little bit more love for that than he's getting.
Had to be pretty exciting because it was She's So Spicy, the filly, who won taking on the boys first, and then he had heavy favorite Ben Tornado coming up in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
Yeah, and listen, neither one were big prices. I don't care. That is a great achievement.
Huge achievement.
It's almost like it's a story that nobody wanted to tell. I don't understand why.
2 Breeders' Cup wins for the barn. We'll see if they could pick up a victory in the Awad. Throckmorton now the favorite. Our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Here's Chris Griffin.
All set for the Awad. And they're off. Zuby flew from the outside stall right towards the front, and Throckmorton is now in the early mix 2 and will assume command. Throckmorton is up by a neck, and here comes Zuby towards the outside as a challenging second. Just behind them, Squad Goals is now a little keen, wants to move up. Right in behind the leader is in 3rd. The trailer, Glorious Boy. They work up the backstretch here, and the leader is Throckmorton. Throckmorton takes him into the far turn, 23.26, the posted opening quarter mile. Zuby is chasing a clear second at the rail. Squad Goals is in 3rd. Shoved along from the back, Glorious Boy is trying to keep up for Javier Castellano and Throckmorton. Samuel Marin, they're in front. They're up by a full length. Throckmorton has barely been challenged so far, has a quarter mile left to go, and down towards the inside, Squad Goals now gets the cue. Squad Goals in full pursuit. Zuby is chasing from the back. Glorious Boy is trying to rally on. Throckmorton has a furlong left to get. Zuby continues to chase. Same can be said for Squad Goals. Still 4th is Glorious Boy. Throckmorton's almost there. Throckmorton wins the Awad. Up for 2nd, give it to Glorious Boy from last to grab 2nd over Zuby and Squad Goals in 1:08.91 seconds.
Well, it does appear that his connections were trying to get him on the turf with good reason. Throckmorton, not the quickest from the gate, but went right to the lead and took them every step of the way.
When you get away with a 23-26 first quarter in a 6-furlong race, you're basically turning the race into a 4-furlong sprint to the wire. And I actually think the Glorious Boy, good rail saving trip or not, actually ran very well to be second. And Throckmorton just had everything his own way, but going into the race, you assumed he'd have everything his own way. I know the 3 had a little trouble to start. He's not really a turf horse. He never accelerated, got a very good trip thereafter. To me, Throckmorton obviously had everything his own way. He might be okay. Glorious Boy ran well to be second.
1, 4, 5, 3. Race 3, the Awad. Give it to Throckmorton, getting onto the turf for the first time. Gets the victory for Jose D'Angelo. Maybe they tried in the last couple of starts, and finally it gets to taste the grass. Makes it a winning move with Samuel Marin in the saddle. Late run from Glorious Boy, who, as you mentioned, the only one to really make up any ground. There wasn't much movement in the race.
Yeah, no, I think all things considered, I mean, they came the last half mile in this race in 45.65. So it's a little tough to make up ground in those situations. You know, they went the last half faster than they went the first half, and I know that can happen in turf race and sprints. This horse had everything his own way in the front end. He might be okay, but he had everything his own way.
Able to control, coming back with his ears pricked, very proud of himself, as he should be, getting the victory. Throckmorton, son of Caracaro, getting the win here at even money. He went off at, again, 1, 4, 5, 3. Prices and reactions from the Awad when we come back. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
The Best 2-Year-Old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Get back, $1,000,005. Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharoah. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Domino. Corniche.
Corniche.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com. A little taste of fall with the leaves changing. I will say, the drive from Saratoga down the last few weeks was gorgeous with all the leaves changing color.
I can only imagine, actually. It hadn't, they were changing some when I was up there a few weeks ago, but it's in the Central Park, and Central Park is always such a nice time of the year.
Throckmorton winning the award with jockey Sammy Marin aboard, and he's standing by with Maggie.
That's right, Acacia here with Sammy in the winner's circle, and a horse that had speed on paper but had never been on the turf before, Sammy. Inside post position, I gotta say, I know it was a short field, but you got away with some pretty slow fractions for a turf sprint early on.
I know, I'm just so happy to, to get away with him. He broke out of the gate pretty good, and then the plan was to be on the lead, like, that's what he does always. So I just tried to slow the pace, and they did let me. Right at the end, when I asked him, he was all there for me.
That's what I really like, because sometimes when you go slower, they don't sometimes kick away, but he really did, and I thought that was, a good sign for this young horse.
He was definitely waiting for me to, to ask him for it. Once I did, he took off. He was just such a nice horse, He was saddle, he was calm, and I was happy the way he was traveling out there.
He looked it. Talk a little about yourself, though. We saw you at Monmouth, Tampa. Is that still in the cards for the winter, or what are your winter plans?
Well, now Tampa it is still our plan. So we're gonna head to Gulfstream for a little bit until Tampa starts, and then once we started, we will definitely be in Tampa. That's our plan so far.
Well, it's good to get a stakes win here at Aqueduct, though. So congratulations here at Throckmorton.
Thank you. It's a sweet dream. Get to win a stake over here.
Oh, awesome. Well, we can be happier for you, Sammy Marin, guiding Throckmorton to victory in the award, Acacia.
Did the right thing, put this horse on the lead. He was able to control. Well done, Sammy. Throckmorton now a stakes winner, winning his last couple of races and made his turf debut, a winning one, $4.24 winner over Glorious Boy, who did run on late to grab a share. We turn the page, take a look at the field for the fourth race. A mile and a 16th on the inner turf, New York bred Allowance. Right now it is the number 5 Tongue Twister, who's currently the favorite in a long time since this filly has seen the winner's circle.
Yeah, and listen, I'm not saying anyone could win this race. It's really a pretty wide open race, but I just feel like Tongue Twister of all the horses has kind of showed the most that she doesn't really have that oomph at the end. She's kind of, Irad rode her, whoever's ridden her, she just sort of gets position, but she doesn't really finish that well. Maybe she'll improve moving into a new barn to Tom Morley. I'm not saying it's a massive trainer improvement. Carlos David does a very good job, but sometimes just going to a different barn can help a horse out. But man, she's had her chances at short prices over and over and over again.
We'll see if she can find the right spot and the right kind of trip today. I'm stepping aside, at least for a little bit. Be back reporting later. Short and sweet today for you and I.
All right, whatever. Get out of here.
Greg
I feel a little
Wolf
hurt, but
coming
Greg's
up
coming in.
on the desk to take you the rest of the way. But stay with us as we will take a look at She's Country, looking ahead to next week's Key Scents and some stakes action on the program next weekend here in New York. Stay with us. We have a lot more to come.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, Grade 1 winner Bleecker Street, and classic winner National Treasure. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Why wait for fortune to be revealed when you can make your own move? Because no one ever talks about the time they played it safe. So go ahead, press your luck, tempt fate, and claim your destiny. Because once in a lifetime can happen every night. Welcome to a world that revolves around you. Your rules, your world. Resorts World.
Welcome to the 2025 Keeneland September Yearling Sale, where history was made when Three Chimneys Gunrunner, the sire of 2025 Grade 1 winners Sierra Leone, Locked, and Brent, became the first horse in the history of the Keeneland September Sale to sire the session topper of each of the first 4 sessions. Among them was the $3.3 million sale topper, purchased by Peter Brent, MV Magner, and Winchell Thoroughbreds. Gunrunner, Breed Shaper, Dream Maker.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Go get a bath.
Every year, Rerun provides more than 100 thoroughbreds a safe landing when they leave the track. The Rerun team carefully evaluates each horse and person who wants to adopt.
Our adopters, they're specifically screened so that they can address each horse's individual training needs to bring them, bring out the optimal result in them.
Some X-race horses may excel in the show ring as hunters or jumpers. Others are handy enough to become polo ponies. And a few, like Deregulation, are quiet enough to be leadline horses for people like 7-year-old Raina Richardson, shown here leading her dad.
That's the result of a lot of time and effort on so many parts for New York racing, taking a stand and making sure these horses have a place to go when they actually do retire. For the Take the Lead program and their vetting process, and also their funding, which enables us to function as we do.
NYRA fans will recognize My Boy Tate because the New York bred gelding earned most of his $837,000 in New York before retiring sound to Rerun.
Tate is going to go with some previous adopters, and he's going to be entered in the Retired Racehorse Makeover Project.
Malloy says Rerun horses like My Boy Tate and the easygoing son of American Pharaoh called Not Far Now will one day star in aftercare events that remind the public that horses should be respected at every stage of life.
Greg Wolf stepping in for Acacia Clement with Andy Serling. For more information on the New York Thoroughbred Development Fund, go to nybreds.com for more info. It pays.
Go to New York Bred.
Yes.
Start with an advantage.
What a team.
They start with an advantage.
They
so
do.
Yeah.
Good to be here for the Sunday coverage. Pick 6 is coming up next for about 15 minutes to post. We're going to look ahead.
Sounds like a good idea.
To next week. The Key Sense Race 8 on Thursday. We have a Wednesday card too, by the way.
We do. I won't be here, but we do have a Wednesday card.
Let's start with She's Country for George Weaver. Gets the inside post. Javier Castellano couldn't win much more impressively than she did in that debut at Saratoga.
She ran very well in her first start. She took a lot of money and she ran to the money. It's not quite good enough in this alignment in her next start down at Laurel, but she didn't run that badly. And George Weaver has a very strong hand in this race with both her. She's got a sprinter stretching out, but also Bloomington, and we'll talk about a little bit after this. But I don't see any reason that she's not one of the biggest players. There does not, however, seem to be a lack of speed in this race as she draws well on the rail.
You think she wants to go?
Well, I don't know. I'm just saying she's not. I don't think she's going to have a cakewalk in front of her. I think there's plenty of speed in here. I don't have my actual PPs in front of me, and I can't even remember who I picked in this race, so I picked somebody.
Well, one who's probably not going to be going for the front, Bloomington.
No.
Came from another zip code to win at Saratoga in the debut. Tried the Miss Grillo. That was a little bit too tough against ground support and deep learning. And of course, the winner of this race, Cosmic Candy Girl, finished second, beat a nose to Bloomington. Came back and broke her maiden next time out.
It's one of these weird trips where Bloomington is going to get sort of blind switched there. And while the horses ended up running second and third, got all the momentum and a clean run on the outside, she was being stopped and Johnny had to get her to re-rally. Having said that, Johnny did everything perfectly with her. He saved ground the whole way, got her into good position. So it was one of these good and bad trips, but it's still kind of amazing that she was able to re-rally and get this win here, considering where she was at the 8th pole. Something went wrong in the last start. I don't know exactly what happened, but I think it was the Pilgrim, right? Just completely sort of dropped way, way back, and he's not that slow. So I have a feeling we're going to see a little more speed, a little closer, not as far back as last time. Badly compromised the chances.
George Weaver with another one in there, maybe the speed of the speed, stretching out for the first time. Speed sprinter on grass.
Agreed. Going
to try going longer. Pratt will be aboard. That is next week. We're going to get to today's Pick 6 when we come back. Short break. We'll return. This one right here, current favorite, first leg of the sequence, Smile 16th on the turf. Tongue Twister. Now with Tom Morley, 3-time winner on the lawn. Can she win first time under his care? Stay with us.
Elite power to the front. And the 16th pole very clear. Going to take the win into a sprint. But Elite Power does it again.
75 and a half. In the back, 550,000. Thank you.
Down a minute to get down into the ground and to get all through. Well done. $1,050,000. $1,050,000 and a half. $1 million, Blake. Thank you.
Judd Mondt.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage as we get set for the first leg of a Pick 6. Hit yesterday on a carryover day, so we start over. Mile and a 16th here. New York Breds, first allowance condition. And a look at Hello Beauty. Kendra Carmouche will ride for trainer Pat Quick. Took 9 tries to get that first career win, and then pretty good showing. First time in against winners, second beat a length and a quarter. Let's go downstairs to Maggie for more.
And Greg, I'm kind of surprised at the current price that we see on number 4, Hello Beauty, because as Andy was kind of hinting at, several of these have taken turns beating each other for the minors. They have been in this condition for quite a while now, whereas Hello Beauty, she's only run on it once before, and I thought ran very well while second last time out here on October 19th. I thought she was caught wide. She was kind of pulling Kendrick a bit, and she still had enough left to finish the job, where Saratoga Snow, the winner that day, got a perfect ride and trip up the rail to victory. And furthermore, going back to her maiden breaking score, which was her first start for Pat Quick, and I know she'd been a little bit disappointing because she was, you know, some people may have thought she was supposed to win her first start when trying New York Breds for the first time. Her whole Saratoga campaign got completely messed up because she was supposed to run early on in a New York Bred race, but she was scratched because of shoes. Then they had to put her in an open, and then, you know, it was just kind of a rush to get her into that final start. Whereas when she made that first start for Pat, she had put on weight, she had put on conditioning, she was moving incredibly well out there, and despite it being over the wet track, which she obviously handled, moving back to the turf obviously improved her figure a bit last time out. So I really like what I see from her, and if she stays at 6-1, sign me up, Greg.
Good.
She will not.
She's probably going to be favored by post time. She's favored in the double, and she's the co-favorite in the pick threes. She ain't going to be 5-1.
Yeah. Let's go back to October 19th. And that first try against winners, running second, beat a length and a quarter.
Yeah. The winner did get, obviously, a much better trip than she did. The winner, however, was a little hard to make going in, but clearly she improved for this race. I think she ran fine. I picked her second. I think she can win. She's got an awful lot of races, though, without getting it done. Her only win has been in the dirt. Yes, if she was 5-1, she'd be a great bet. She's going to be 5-2. So you decide from there. I have no strong opinion here whatsoever. I took Sail of the Wind with the wind, getting a rider switch to Ricardo Santana, but I do not have any great conviction in my selections. Sorry.
Not the kind of race where you can have, Clearwater Beach outside. I think a major player as well.
She had a pretty good trip last time. I bet her last time. I was very disappointed. Hello Beauty ran a better race.
Here's a look at the three. Sail with the Wind. Ricardo Santana Jr. will hop back aboard as you see him get a leg up, and has been competitive in this condition for several starts now.
Yeah, but not getting it done. Now, also has not been favored in any of those races. Hasn't been favored since running on the dirt back in 2023. So I'm hoping Ricardo can improve this horse, but I don't have a strong opinion. I even wanted to take your horse, Bertriel, who you know I have a love affair with, but she got such a delicious trip to beat a lesser field last time at the Meadowlands. She is a horse that's had bad trips in some of her races, but kind of missed the boat with her last time. But she's not impossible. I mean,
two of her three wins, 113-1, 68-1 for Trill.
Yeah.
The 7.
Yeah, no. And then 3-1 last time. If I had seen her running, I would have bet her at the Meadowlands last time, but she got a great
too
trip.
small a price. She likes to win in a big number.
No. I've been very happy to get some of my money back that I've blown on her lately this year.
Saw her in the barn before she ever ran and still did not want to back her at that huge number. Here's Farmhouse from the Inside Post, Dennis Lallman.
Well, I've lost money on her every time she's run since Dennis claimed her, so maybe it's handy off now. A smidgen of pedigree.
Quick power nap, some good figures sprinting. Can she go longer?
Rudy Rodriguez stretching out on the turf is 4 for his last 83 with a 60-cent ROI.
Big rider switch with the 3.
Yeah, that's what I'm banking on.
Here's Hello Beauty, Kendra Carmouche, Pat Quick.
It's a very logical horse who probably goes off the favorite.
Still favored, tongue twister, Tom Morley.
Listen, she's good enough to win, but she's unlike the 3, she's been favored in a lot of races and she's failed.
Silent Melody coming off a win against softer competition at the Meadowlands.
Yeah, she found the right field last time. She would have to run her best race to win here.
Here's a horse who continues to shock at big numbers, Bertrill.
But she also had some bad trips. She's not impossible here.
Not at all. Clearwater Beach, outside post, Javier Castellano for Mike Maselli.
I feel like she should have won last time. Of all the ones that ran that race, she's the one I'd probably be most against.
Big 6 pool. You see it, 25,000 plus. 4 minutes to put your tickets together on a card that's very hard to find a race to kind of narrow down. $200 deposit match, new customer bonus. Punch that code in, you get it. Bonus 200 and sign up right there at NyraBets.com. You can get down in this pick 6 after you get a little bit of advice from Jonathan Kinchin. JK, how you doing?
I'm doing well, Wolfie. I feel the same way you guys do about this race, though. A lot of these horses have kind of been, kind of flopping around, is what I like to call it, in that condition where you don't get a lot of confidence with them. And I'm hoping that I can get a little bit of a better price on the horse I'm going to pick here, the 5, Tongue Twister. And the reason I land on this horse is because there's an opportunity for something different to happen, right? You're changing trainers, you're changing riders, so the horse can be ridden a little bit differently. And there's a race 2 back where there was a little bit more speed shown. And when I say a little bit more speed, I don't mean a lot. I just mean a little bit more speed. And you look at the pace figures, this horse is a little bit closer, a little bit more connected. And I'm just hoping that maybe with the new connections, with Johnny involved, they'll be a little bit more aggressive. Maybe put Tongue Twister into the race in a spot where it just doesn't feel like there's really any other pace. Now, I get it. These horses are hard to trust. A lot of them are. But in a race that doesn't have a lot of pace, where they all look the same, give me the one that projects to get the nicest trip, the most comfortable trip that fits what the pace is on the day. And for me, that's the 5 Tongue Twister. But just like Andy, it's nothing that makes me feel warm and fuzzy. Hopefully Maggie can shed a little bit of insight in what we should do in this race.
Well, I can shed insight on what you were mentioning, JK, about the possible ride and tactics with a Tongue Twister. You know, you said that she was closer to the pace 2 back. She was closer to a pace that was a lot faster than what she was way further back on last time out. So, yes, she will be more tactically ridden today if all things go accordingly to plan. But I want to talk about 2 horses that do look a bit cheap on paper, and that includes number 7, Bertrill, who, as you guys mentioned, has some of her best performances here at the Big A at big prices. So we'll see what she's able to pull off here. Another one that could be forwardly placed in here. Not that she's the speed per se, but just I think being tactically ridden forward, it would be to her best advantage. She looks great here. And it feels like she is one of those horses that possibly does get better towards the tail end of the year for Bruce Brown. I know it wasn't a great field last time out, but not a disgraceful one by any means. So she can build on that. I think she is a player here. And same thing goes for number 6, Silent Melody, who looks even cheaper on paper. I get that. She's coming off of a win for a non-2 for 16 here for Jorge Abreu. I really wouldn't talk about her, honestly, because there's nothing to recommend on paper, other than the fact that there have been many times I've seen this filly and she just, mare now, just doesn't look great. She doesn't carry weight. She looks very weak across her top line. This is one of the best times I've ever seen her appear. From a weight, from a coat perspective, everything is probably at the optimum that you could ask for it from Silent Melody. Again, Greg, not one I can recommend on paper. I totally get it, but just looks as though she's doing well heading in to this, yet again, try in this A other than for New York breds.
You know, it is a tough read, Jonathan, talking about who's going to be forward. I don't believe it's going to be Tongue Twister. I could be wrong. The 6 is supposed to be the speed, and Christopher Elliott's not shy about being aggressive. See, I think of a horse that, you know, is murky about pace, shows speed. It's going to be the 3, because Ricardo's an aggressive rider. So I think of a horse that sort of not really a speed type is a little more forward here. I would think it would be the 3 in this race, Sail for the Wind, with the wind. But, I mean, if you're Christopher Elliott, you got to think I'm going to lead with Silent Melody. I think she is the quickest early in a race. I agree with Jonathan. Just doesn't have much speed.
I mean, the 2 stretching out with an aggressive rider too, right? Could potentially be there.
She has no speed, though, sprinting. But you're not wrong. I mean, Ruben could go. That's a good point. No, it's a valid point. And I think if you're Rudy and Ruben and you're going to stretch out, you're really trying to win this race from behind? I mean, I got to think my best chance, which is a slim one, but whatever it is to be aggressive. So that's a good point, I think, Greg.
11-1 on that one. Pick 6 starts here.
I don't think the lead will get her the win, though. But yeah, it's not an easy sequence. It was hit yesterday. I thought it would not get hit yesterday. It was hit, I think, by 1 or 2 people. And congratulations to them. It was a tough ticket to put together. Not that there were crazy winners, but it was a hard sequence to put together a winning ticket.
Yeah, we were briefly talking about it. Race 6, you could probably narrow down a little bit, although you
and I disagree. You'd wanted to use 3. I wanted to use 2 completely different horses.
We
so
greatly disagree. But Silsby's going to take a lot of money.
I don't like Silsby.
Okay.
I did not like that horse's last race. I don't like that horse. I don't like Hangover Heaven. I think Carey's a little interesting. I would use 4 and 5 there, but I don't have a lot of confidence.
Doomed, whether you like the horse or not, is going to take a lot of money, and yet claimed off of Brad Cox. But that is strictly the one to beat.
I want to bet against Doomed in the race. Whether I want to sink a lot of money to pick 6 pitching the horse is a completely different conversation.
And then the last race, I think, is a great betting race.
The last race today?
It is wide open.
Yes, I completely agree. There's a lot of wide open races today. This is one of them.
Good luck. If you're going after the pick six, it starts right here. Chris Griffin to get us started.
And they're off. Sail with the Wind flashes early speed from in between horses right towards the front. Right to the outside, Tongue Twister wants to be in the early mix too. At the rail, that's Farmhouse is going to join them, very tightly bunched up top. Silent Melody is going to make it 4 wide as they get set to move towards that first turn. The leader on the inside, it's Farmhouse, who's now got a head advantage. Sail with the Wind immediately took back, is now back to 4th. Didn't want to be in that early group. As they work around this turn, at the rail is Farmhouse, about to be passed towards the outside here by Silent Melody, who now puts a neck in front. Back to 3rd, that's Tongue Twister, and in 4th is Sail with the Wind. Bertrill, center of the course, is in 5th. In tight in between horses, Quick Power Nap. Then comes Hello Beauty. The one at the back is Clearwater Beach. They work up the backstretch, and the lead is Silent Melody. 22.77 for that opening quarter mile. Silent Melody kicks on. Tongue Twister is now taken second to the outside of the big long shot in Farmhouse. Sail with the Wind is at the rail, is in behind horses right there in 4th. Bertrill starts to progress from 5th. Just behind them, Hello Beauty, and now out of last is Clearwater Beach, and that relegates Quick Power Nap to be the trailer. 47.72, and they're into the far turn, very tightly packed. Silent Melody, Tongue Twister, Bertrill's on the move. Sail with the Wind, worked around that rival, is now in 4th, right in behind the leading trio. Clearwater Beach from the back, Hello Beauty, also trying to run on Quick Power Nap. They reach the top of the lane. Bertrill is ready to challenge Sail with the Wind. Green Cap tries to split rivals, and here comes Sail with the Wind. Clearwater Beach is also thrusting up on the outside. Hello Beauty from far out of it. Sail with the Wind drops over on the rail. It's now Sail with the Wind. Hello Beauty is the main danger. Grandstand side. Sail with the Wind. Big ride there. Ricardo Santana Jr. Sail with the Wind wins it. Hello Beauty. Then came Clearwater Beach and Quick Power Nap in 1 minute 43.40 seconds.
Sail with the Wind, Ricardo Santana Jr. for Jeremiah Engelhardt to kick off the pick six. Goes off 5-2 favorite.
And I'm assuming the MIG is watching this race, as he'll be on after I leave shortly. And this is like a great example of getting your position going forward, right? You watch the break of this race, and Ricardo was intent on going. But what happened? The one went. Johnny went. Jonathan was right. Johnny went. Another horse went. So by leaving the way he did, he ends up in a perfect pocket trip behind an aggressive pace where they went 22.77. Then he was able to ease off the rail in the backstretch, figuring the 50-1 one would probably back up in his face, and he was able to split horses. Now the horse won quite easily, but this was getting your position going forward absolutely perfectly, and Ricardo made a real difference here.
I know that the 3-4-8-2, by the way, unofficially top 4. A little bit of a slow start to this meet for Ricardo. The numbers don't really bear it out, but in terms of the most confidence I have with any rider on this circuit right now, obviously Pratt's insane, out of his world what he's doing right now. He's probably a pretty close second, isn't he?
If Ricardo hasn't won races, it's because he hasn't been on horses that could win.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, and I say this, I mean, it's not like I'm friendly with Ricardo. It's not, one way or the other. That guy can just ride. He's just doing the right things on his horses. You can do the right thing on horses and run 5th. I don't feel like Ricardo's given bad rides. If he's not winning, he's just not on the best horse or horses that are going to win. This, to me, was an absolutely perfect ride. The horse won easily, yes, but he played a role in that, and it didn't have to win that easily. He played a big role. It's a very good ride. Subtly exceptional ride by getting position going forward.
Slight favorite to start off this pick six on the Sunday card. Sail with the Wind, 5-year-old mare for Jeremiah Engelhardt. Ricardo Santana Jr. to kick things off in the sequence. Prices and the start of the late pick 5 when we come back.
Here comes that big gray Tappet Trice right down the outside.
Tappet Trice wins the Toyota Bluegrass. Tappet Trice's 2024 debut was awesome.
Tappet Trice is lunging. Tappet Trice wins the Woodward.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Sun, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage. A reminder, this is right around the corner. Now accepting Oaklawn reservations for dining and reserved seats for the 2025-26 holiday and classic seasons. So be part of the action. We'll have live coverage all meet long from Hot Springs right around the corner. Looking forward to it. Race 4 starts off the Pick 6 here on this Sunday card. Sail with the Wind is the favorite. Ricardo Santana Jr. for Jeremiah Engelhardt and Bonaventure Stables. Let's go down to Maggie.
And please be joined here in the winner's circle by Dan Collins of Bonaventure Stables. And Dan, this filly knocking on the door at this condition several times before, but Ricardo just delivered a picture-perfect ride today to get the win.
I agree. I mean, the last few races she's tried, but we've just had some trouble through them. She's a solid New York filly, and today showed it.
How good is it to get this win finally, with turf season coming to an end? It has to kind of feel like a relief too.
It is a relief. We were thinking about that today. This is her last chance in 2025. So it's a relief. We broke through the barrier and we'll be back in the spring.
Now, you guys, well represented, have several horses, Jeremiah, George Weaver. Talk a little bit about, it's kind of a homegrown stable that you have.
It is a homegrown stable. We're about 50 or 60 people overall. Right now, we only have 4 horses in training. We'll pick up a few at the 2-year-old sales. And, it's a family.
It is. It is, and your whole family generally up in Saratoga, they come out and they celebrate. It has to be extra special for you.
And it's added. Now we have 6 grandchildren, so the grandchildren, they already know how to bet, and they're not old enough.
That could be dangerous, just saying. You'll end up with ones like me.
Well, that's true, but they're smart enough to tell us what they want bet, but they actually make a lot of money.
I love that, having opinions already. Well, Dan, congratulations here with this win.
Thank you so much, and happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving to you, too. A lot of pumpkin pie. I already had a slice today. Have you had any pumpkin pie yet?
I had 4 slices last week.
My man. Sail with the Wind. She delivers today. Guys.
It's like half a pie.
It's impressive.
Pace yourself. We still got a few weeks until Thanksgiving. $7.02 for the win for Sail with the Wind.
Yep. Nice ride by Ricardo. Gets the job done. We should also mention it's Veterans Day on Tuesday, correct?
It is, yes.
Shout out to all the veterans, everything they've done for us. A little before Thanksgiving. He's getting a little excited about Thanksgiving. He must really like Thanksgiving.
Yeah, we got a little time.
But still about 3 weeks to go. Thanksgiving's a great holiday. Great family holiday.
Race 5.
You like a little 1 to 9 on the Obliterator? Somebody's going to obliterate their bankroll if they're dumping a lot of money in the Obliterator.
Think Pratt's getting over bet a touch? State bred, maiden special, 1-turn mile.
I want to see how much. Somebody bet at least $30,000. There's $38,000 on the win pool in this horse. The second choice has $3,000. The one, Talk to Me, Jimmy. So somebody feels like they bet $35,000 on the Obliterator. And to me, they're obliterating their bankroll.
Who do you like in this race?
Not the Obliterator. I would use 4, 5, 6 if I use 3. I'd use 4, 5, 6 4, 5, 6, 9 if I use 4. How about you? I didn't have the Obliterator in my top 5.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to use him, but he was not in my top 5 as well. But I think it's a difficult race. If you're playing the pick 5, I think you want some coverage here.
I agree.
I don't trust many.
But you're not. So it wasn't you though that bet the 35,000 to win in the Obliterator.
And we'll see if that holds up.
It was Jonathan.
Could have been.
To check out.
Let's look back to yesterday. Some stakes action. We had a terrific card on Saturday afternoon, and going into the finale. Hill Prince and Tiz Dashing. You liked this horse going in, right?
I did. I believe correctly felt that this has been an unlucky horse. He's had more than his share of trips, this horse. He was second best in Hall of Fame. He had a very good Zulu Kingdom. There were no Zulu Kingdoms in here. He was the horse that got fouled when Zulu Kingdom got taken down in the subsequent start. Kentucky Downs, he drew at post 13 and actually ran very well. Javier got perfect position with him, and he got it done. I think 1 1/8 was a little far for him as the one was coming back a bit at the end, but he got it done, and I was happy for the Sakatoga crew to get the win. Also because I bet on him, and he was 7-1. But he's been a horse that's better than his record suggests. He's a good horse.
Yeah, Barkley Tag, Sakatoga. Funny Side and Tiz the Law fame with another pretty good one. Card closed out with the Long Island, and a big move by Kendrick Carmouche to kind of take command of this race.
It's a great ride by Kendrick. There were some other rides and trips that weren't so good. I don't know why Javier gave up the lead on Beach Babe in a slow pace, and in doing so, it sort of handed the race this horse. And listen, she has improved with distance, and Kendrick rode her really well. This was tough for Graham Motion because there's an argument that he should have finished 1-2. I mean, no-show Sammy Joe, who lost this race in a heartbreaking photo last year in a race with no pace, got shuffled back to last, probably ran the best race. Beach Babe, if Javier hadn't seeded the lead, might have won in this race. But give a lot of credit here to this horse. I can't see it.
Beach Bomb.
Beach Bomb, I'm sorry, I see. And, and also, not that she was going to win, because Greos was not going to win, but when Javier gave up the lead, it shuffled out Greos out of the race, and she wasn't going to win anyway, but it hurt her chances. But Kendrick made all the right moves with this horse.
Yeah, Mott, Kendrick for Lawrence Goichman. Pumpkin Pie, weigh the risks with a big effort here to hold off Patricia Ann. Scalable checked in third, and a first start for her since July 23rd.
Yeah, she's a nice horse, and getting the win without Lasix, I think, was a good sign. And boy, Manny was so confident riding her and got a nice outside post. Trisha Ann ran very well to be second, didn't want to give it up, and I also think Scalable made a very nice run in a race where the pace basically held together and showed that she still has run in her. A good, very big improvement off her race on the layup. A disappointing race by Nick Style, but talking about those model horses, you weren't on the air with us. I was talking about how his horses, other than the winner, Alluring Angel, they ran terribly. Bill Mott's horses are not underachievers. And I was thinking about how he scratched both horses out of the second race today, and Bill didn't scratch. I wonder if something's going through the barn, and maybe they didn't notice it, because Stars and Stripes, Stars and Strides, Nick Style, the filly who had beaten Fully Subscribed, finishing last or second to last in the Mother Goose, they ran so badly, I wonder if there's an excuse for all of them.
Look at all the stakes winners from Saturday. We'll talk later about Disco Time, and we have a new player. And I know we're getting towards the end of the year, going to turn the page, but in that 3-year-old division, turning 4. What a performance he put forth in the Dwyer. We'll talk about what's next, potentially. Fully Subscribed, in that Mother Goose we'll look back on. And it was just a fun Saturday card.
No, I agree. It was a great day of racing, and it really lived up to it. And obviously, Disco Time. I mean, he was the star of the show. That was a wow performance.
And you're going to leave, I think, before we get to it. But a horse now you think is one of the main players in this older horse division for next year?
I mean, he keeps running races like that. He certainly is. I mean, to put it in perspective, he got a 107 buyer. Fierceness got a 107 buyer winning the Pacific Classic.
What did Nysos get in the Breeders' Cup?
105.
Okay.
So, yeah, and he and Nysos are right now are scheduled to perhaps go to the Saudi Cup and square off. I mean, listen, competition will get tougher. We'll see what he does, a little more distance. But right now with Disco Time, if you're Brad Cox, you're pretty excited.
5 for 5 in his career. Again, more on him a little bit later on in the show. We'll look back at that performance. We're going to take a timeout. Late pick 5. Little rain coming down, by the way. We'll keep our eyes on the weather. The Obliterator. Right now, someone loves Flavien Prat. 1-5 on the board for Rick Dutrow Jr. We'll talk more about this field to kick off the sequence next.
$1,600,000, $1,600,000, not a minute, $1,600,000 bid now, bid now, $650,000, $1,650,000, $1,650,000, not anybody else won. $650,000, not a minute, $1,650,000, not a half. $1,600,000, thank you.
Back on America's Day of the Races, and this is not sped up. This is how fast life moves in New York.
Yeah.
You have to move that fast if you want to make those trains.
I move fast. You and I get leaving here. We
If you learn to walk in New York, your pace will pick up. Play all the action with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. As we get set for the Lake Pick 5 coming up. And we'll begin with a one-turn mile, I should say. New York Breds, maiden special weight. That is Kaz Dominator, 2 sprints. Now stretching out. Dylan Davis will be aboard, 5th in each of those first 2 tries.
I think that the Kaz Dominator is going to dominate the Obliterator.
I would agree with you. Third choice, the Obliterator, by the way, in doubles will not remain at 1-5.
But has a huge bet on it. Probably be favored.
Yeah. Oh, maybe.
35,000 to win.
Yeah. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, the board looks a little strange right now, to say the least, as I'm not the biggest fan of the Obliterator. So let's look at some horses who are stretching out in distance. And I know an angle that Greg Wolf likes is a 2 sprints to a mile stretch out here. And that's what number 5, Kaz Dominator, will be doing. And, you know, he doesn't look particularly better on buyers, but some other metrics have his races a little bit faster than they would. And I think that it has to be kind of taken into consideration. The problem that I have with this horse is looking at him here in the paddock, he just doesn't look any more fit. I mean, this is a horse that I wrote first time out, will need one. He still looks as chunky as he did in his debut. He is a bit of a bigger horse, and he's a bit more evenly framed, but he doesn't have a lot of scope to him either. So, I respect the kind of the figures he's run, but I'm not sure if more distance being added is going to lead to success. As number 6, Whiskey Point comes out of the same race in which Whammo was DQ'd behind and put behind Pantherian, but at the end of the day, they both ran 1-2 around the racetrack, and Pantherian, a first-time starter for Todd Pletcher, who took a lot of money upon debut. But it was funny because Whiskey Point, honestly, in the paddock, when I compared the two, I just thought Whiskey Point looked a bit more professional, a bit more fine-tuned. That was not the case at all in the running of the race, as he did not have any early speed, which Steve Asmussen horses generally do. He did take a lot of kickback, so he foreseeably got a decent education, and now they go to stretching him out. Now, Yalpan, this is his freshman crop, so we don't really have enough stats to say will they be successful with more ground. But to be fair, Yalpan himself was a very good sprinter. And on the bottom side, the second dam, she was multiple greatest stakes place going long on the dirt. I just don't see, of all the stretch outs in here, he is the least convincing. But it's Steve Asmussen, and I just feel like this horse has a little bit more talent in him than what we saw first time out. We'll see if adding more ground draws it out of him. I do like number 9 in here, Royal Riddle, for Joe Sharp, as he's one that, Joe has kind of hinted at the fact that he thought this horse would want more ground, being entered in 7 furlong races in both of his first 2 efforts, because that's as far as races go, that's kind of what was going, to be fair. And so last time out, again, another race dominated on the front end, and he broke a bit slow. He rushed up, kind of took off with Christopher Elliott himself. On the backside, he had to be steadied, and so he kind of lost some ground moving in, going into the turn. Then he moved closer on the turn, and he kept coming. So I thought an effort that hinted at the fact that, yeah, getting more ground is not going to be a problem for him. And same thing with his debut. He, despite being a heavier body type, and now finally with his 3rd start, looks particularly fit and strong to me. He's also got a laid-back demeanor. He's a bigger horse that, despite being a practical joke, I think he should like this mile. And furthermore, Greg, now we get an outside draw, which I think should help him.
See what happens coming up. 117,000 plus in this late pick 5 pool. And if you hit it, why not get a little extra money in your account as well with a hit and split? Anyone who hits this late pick 5 shares a pot of $5,000 as long as you opt in on your Naira Bets account.
All right, I've opted in. I'm not using the obliterator.
You're going after this today.
I'm not using the obliterator. My ticket will be obliterated if the obliterator wins.
Do you mind sharing? Who do you like in the last, real quick?
In the last race, I picked the 8.
Okay.
I am using in the last race sort of not strongly 3, 6, and 8, even though the 3 and 6 don't win. I guess the 1 might be my 4th choice, but I'm going to use. I like the 8 Jurisprudence. That's my A horse in there.
Good sequence to go after. 5 minutes away from this 5th. As you take a look at Ricardo Santana Jr., just kicked things off in the pick 6 with that brilliant ride on Sail with the Wind.
It's an interesting horse, Whiskey Point, because he didn't run well first time and he didn't get bet. And now as a Yalpan, they're stretching the horse out. I bet he's more forward today.
Rudy Rodriguez, Manny Franco, blinkers on. Talk to me, Jimmy.
Yeah, he's going to have to improve off his debut, and oftentimes horses do.
7:01 right now. The Obliterator, 2-5. Again, 3rd choice in doubles. Blinkers on, and, of course, Pratt aboard taking all that money.
Well, Pratt was on him last time. He lost by 8.5 lengths, so we'll see.
Sunday Boy. It is Jimmy Ryerson, blinkers on.
I like Sunday Boy getting back on the dirt. I thought he improved in his 2nd start behind a good field. He's my top choice.
How in the world is the 5 15-1?
Yeah, this is kind of, well, they're all a big,
Everyone's
big price
a little inflated
because of the, but still, I don't even know why he's a much bigger price than the 4 and 6.
Yeah.
His races are good.
2 sprints stretching out. Dylan Davis rides. Whiskey Point, Steve Asmussen, Barnes start number 2.
Yeah, I bet he runs better. He better run better. Better run better.
I like that. First-time starter, Le Cadu, Jorge Abreu.
The Present. Good name. Gift box. And then a premier Little French the Dam. Not a lot of pedigree.
Linda Rice, first-time starter at 21-1, the Adirondacker.
It would be an understatement to say this one's not getting bet.
And Royal Riddle, major player on the outside at 8-1.
I mean, based on the pick threes, he should be vying for favoritism with Sunday Boy. Obviously, the board is skewed with the fourth choice in pick threes, taking all that early money. Be interesting to see how it plays out.
And 9-8 reversed there in order of the post parade. There's the 9, Royal Riddle. So, yeah, 2 starts going 7/8, hit the board in both, but not very fast races at all.
I as much as I respect Joe Sharp, I don't like this horse. I mean, I guess he could win. He's my fourth choice. But I don't see why he's going to get better with more distance either.
Tough race to start off this late pick 5. Sunday Boy, that's the 4. Moving back to dirt. Let's get Jonathan's take on this one.
Yeah, Sunday Boy. It's a hunch play. I haven't worked all week, just Sunday, so that's not really it. And no, you guys, I did not bet Obliterator, and whoever bet that much on Obliterator is a silly person. I mean, I probably just put him in the winner's circle for that. Look, I like the 4 Sunday Boy for various reasons. Obviously, the price probably looks a little bit better right now than you're going to get. So I don't want to let that be the reason, because I don't believe that I'm going to get 5-1. I think it'll be much shorter than that. But nonetheless, I still think Sunday Boy is the horse in here that I want. If you look at that race August 15th at Saratoga, there's been 2 horses to win out of that race. They both have matched their figures essentially on DRF. For their buyer speed figure. And look, he ran a 57 that day. You look at these other horses in here that are taking money. Obliterator's fastest number is a 58. The 9, Royal Riddle to the outside, ran a 60 once upon a time. Kaz's Dominator, 61 once upon a time. That 57 is right there in the mix. Sunday Boy is experienced, has run well on the dirt, and matched his 57 going a mile and a 16th on the grass, so that makes me feel more comfortable about the distance. Maggie, I like the 4. How about you?
I like him as a horse, JK, and I think he looks great here for Jimmy Ryerson, who quietly towards especially the latter half of this 2025 has enjoyed a good deal of success. And yeah, getting back to the dirt makes of a horse that I think, as his form would suggest, is probably the same on either surface. Now, with regards to the current weather, it is raining harder than what it was 10 minutes ago, but the track is still open and harrowed. We'll see if that changes at any point in time. It's actually lessening now suddenly. It's about to stop. The weather's so hard to predict around here. But the pedigree bothers me a little bit with this horse, with the stretch out. He should be forward, and that could very well help his chances. He's very sharp in the paddock, too, as he adds just a short cup cheater blinker, but also wears a hood with that. So trying to block out some of the noise to keep him a little bit more calm. He is a full brother to Sunday Girl, who is a pretty good sprinter. We'll see how he does here. I'm not totally against him. I'm not going to be surprised when he wins either. As number 1, who is the same price, which I find a little strange. We'll see what ultimately shakes out here. I don't have the luxury of being able to see a screen to tell you what it will be. Is number 1, Talk to Me Jimmy, who is funny. Rudy Rodriguez and I were watching this horse warm up, and he's like, I think he wants to go 2 miles, because I had literally just wrote in my notes, probably as big and slow. He showed more speed than I thought he would going that mile off the turf. And he was wired by Time to Roll, who had the experience edge over him. He is so much more focused, so much more mature acting than what he was first time out as those shortcut cheater blinkers go on. And he just looks more together physically. I can't necessarily recommend him based upon, that first effort being a slower race, but I think there is room to improve, guys.
Interesting race, made more interesting by how it's being bet.
Well, yeah, if you are betting exactas, using the 4, 5, and 6 per se, even the 9, and you hit it and you complain that the exact came back low, you really need to re-examine yourself, because obviously the win board is badly skewed by 1 win wager on the 3. My guess is the 4 is closer to 5-2, as is the 6, and as the 9. These horses are half the price in exotics as they're going to be in the win pool. You're supposed to be figuring out which one you want to bet to win and betting that one. But if you bet exactas and complain about the price, then you're just not paying attention.
Good luck. Pick 5 starts here. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
True Adirondacker. Royal Riddle to the outside. Royal Riddle stepping forward, goes in. All set. And they're off. Sunday Boy broke very sharply from in between horses. Whiskey Point in the early mix. Here comes Kaz Dominator, and at the rail, Talk to Me Jimmy. Talk to Me Jimmy. Now we'll take the front. It's Talk to Me Jimmy with a head advantage. Royal Riddle up on the outside is going to apply some pressure out in the center of the racetrack. In between them, there comes Kaz Dominator is right there with Whiskey Point as they work up the backstretch and they chase Talk to Me Jimmy. At the rail, the Obliterator. Flavien Prat sees a seam, is going to work on through 22 and 4 for that opening quarter mile. Right there in 6th. Moving forward is Sunday Boy after breaking on top. True Adirondacker is second to last, but starts to move from the back, and the trailer, Le Cadeau. They approach a half mile left to go. Talk to Me Jimmy is in front. Talk to Me Jimmy. Manny Franco in clear command. Here comes Royal Riddle, and the front two start to get some separation. The Obliterator is trying to pick it up from third, but is 6 lengths back from Talk to Me Jimmy and Royal Riddle. 46 seconds flat was that half-mile time. Sunday Boy, Christopher Elliott, that's the one showing some momentum late here from 4th, but the leader is Talk to Me Jimmy. Hugs the rail. Royal Riddle won't go away. Royal Riddle keeps chasing Talk to Me Jimmy. Now asks the question and sprints clear. Talk to Me Jimmy is up by 2.5, 3 widening lengths. Here comes Sunday Boy from out of the pack. A furlong left to go. Talk to Me Jimmy is well out in front. Approaches a final 16th. Got to the front, and Talk to Me Jimmy will have a front-running score. Talk to Me Jimmy wins it over Sunday Boy, the Obliterator, and Le Cadeau in 1 minute 35.33 seconds.
Talk to Me Jimmy, second time out. The win, blinkers on. Manny Franco aboard.
Well, I love Manny. Great aggressive ride by him. Send the speed to the lead. Thought Sunday Boy maybe a little farther back than he needed to be, but he doesn't have that much speed. Thought he'd be a little closer, though. But this horse wiring the field, Sunday Boy getting second. And a distant third for the Obliterator as $35,000 was obliterated on him in the win. I have no idea.
5-1 start to the late pick 5 on a second-time starter for the Rudy Rodriguez barn.
Right, with an exact, that's actually not paying that badly. It's paying $27 for $1, so it actually comes back relatively in line, despite the crazy bet on the 3.
Maybe, was that the 7, the firster and 4th?
Yes.
It was.
Le Cadeau, Chris. Le. We're going to have to work on his French. I'll give him a little French
52 to 1,
lesson.
by the way.
We have Acacia to give him a French lesson. Jeez.
On that first-time starter.
Le Cadeau.
But Talk to Me Jimmy.
He talked.
Easy time. Breaking his maiden. Start number 2. We have to say goodbye to Andy Serling. That's it for Andy today, so enjoy the rest of your weekend. Mig stepping in after a break.
Thank you. I plan to. I've enjoyed it. I'll see you on Thursday.
Okay, sounds good. We do have a card, by the way. Yes, on Wednesday. Yes. Andy won't be here, but we do have racing and a show Wednesday afternoon. But we're not done yet. We got a lot more coming up. Late Pick 4 right after this. Again, I'm joined by Mig, so stay tuned. Talk to Me Jimmy with the win to start the Late Pick 5. Manny Franco back aboard for Rudy Rodriguez.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus Class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Good to have you with us on our Sunday coverage here at this Aqueduct Fall Meet to close out the opening week of action on Fox Sports 2. Late Pick 5 underway. It's Talk to Me Jimmy with the win to kick it off, and I have a new partner with me, the MIG, who won more races ever than anyone in the history of this racetrack, and that will stand for eternity. Good to see you.
Yeah, luckily for me that it won't be open forever, especially the way Flavien Prat's been riding. Could probably catch me in a year or two.
Unreal what he's been doing this last couple of weeks. Talk to Me Jimmy kicks off this sequence, this Late Pick 5, with one big improvement, start number 2.
Yeah, and sometimes it's just, they need a race for that light bulb to go off, kind of really understand what their job is. No matter how hard or much you prepare them in the mornings, a race is certainly going to give them a lot more from a mental foundation.
For a moment, it looked like Royal Riddle was going to give this one a test, and then this 9 backs out of things.
Yeah, but this horse stayed on pretty well, right? Added blinkers, off the one try going a mile, so it already run a decent enough race and just kept finding.
1-4-3-7, again a 52 to 1-shot first-time starter for Jorge Abreu, completing the Superfecta in this 5th on the card. But Talk to Me Jimmy, big improvement. Start number 2. Ran okay. Never easy to run at a mile, especially as a 2-year-old, first time out on dirt. And was able to at least hit the board. And, not the fastest race, but as you said, probably got a lot out of that.
Probably got a lot out of it from a physical fitness standpoint, certainly from a mental standpoint, added blinkers. The biggest concern I honestly had about Talk to Me Jimmy was first time out he was 8 of 8. And this time he was post 1. And sometimes that can be a difficult position for a young horse, especially if they've only started once on the outside. But I think the blinkers had the proper effect, right? Kept his focus, kept him going forward, and put him in the game.
Let's move on to the Late Pick 4. It begins sprinting on the grass, 6 furlongs, New York breds, allowance optional claiming field. And no surprise, Hangover Heaven taking support with the most bet rider on the circuit right now, Flavien Prat. Silsby's, I would think, is going to wind up being your favorite in here for George Weaver. Golden Rocket's interesting, turning back in distance. And Solo Shot with a big chance as well at 7-2 for Lolita Shipmangle.
Yeah, this is a very competitive race. I personally like the 7 Golden Rocket best on the turn back this time of year, and we've had a little bit of sporadic rain today. Courses are just a little bit more demanding, right? They're not as firm. They don't run over the top of the ground. So a horse turning back, has the stamina that's going to be necessary, and I think there's enough speed here to set up her late run, and she's not slow either, right? She can get a good stalking spot, but the turn back's the key.
Let's look at the 3-year-old filly division, that Grade 2 Mother Goose from yesterday. First start back for Drexel Hill, runner-up at the Kentucky Oaks. First start back since that first Friday in May. Ran very big in defeat. Tough ask to go 2 turns, 1 1/8 off that long a time away. Fully subscribed, stole the show with this performance for Chad Brown.
Yeah, I think that very good point about the layoff and coming back at 1 1/8, but I also believe that Fully Subscribed is a filly that's really continually improved and took another step forward. I like the way Dylan was able to secure position around the turn, maybe had to move a little bit earlier than he wanted to because of some outside pressure, but she kept finding and she won with a little something left. This is a filly that just figuring out the game and maturing at this juncture of her career.
This is a 4th start of her career. Every single start, she has taken a step forward, big jump forward in that 3rd start of her career, and now another nice little jump in her stakes debut. So Grade 2 on the resume 2 for 4 lifetime now, and really getting good now late in the season. Excited to see her back next year.
Yeah, it could be a really exciting prospect as a 4-year-old. I'm assuming we'll see her as a 4-year-old, but a big win in the Mother Goose here, and had a big day for Chad Brown as well as Seth Klarman, Carvich Stable. Boy, they 4 winners yesterday? Yeah.
Winning everything. Let's bring in JK, get his thoughts on what we saw with this lightly raced and much improving 3-year-old filly for Chad Brown.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, you just keep thinking ceiling, right? I mean, what's the ceiling for this horse? A lot of times we see performances out of horses. We kind of know who they are, and we know what they're going to be. But like you said, she's lightly raced. She's a 3-year-old. And in a division that isn't all that top-heavy, right? I mean, we saw what Scylla did at the Breeders' Cup. But you have horses like Torpedo Anna, who's retired. Copion, obviously, I know that she did a lot of sprinting, but she was capable around 2 turns, retires. Now you have an open division. This is the fun time of the year where you can get really excited about what can be. And having an opportunity to run in a race like the Mother Goose and to run as well as I thought Fully Subscribed ran, it's an exciting opportunity for what's to come for next year. Because she's going to grow up quite a bit. You know, that jump from 2 to 3, I think, is probably the most significant. But 3 to 4 is nothing to ignore. And when she turns 4 next year, she could kind of thrust herself into the conversation for being one of the top 2-turn, long-distance dirt horses in terms of the filly and mare division. So I would imagine that Seth and Chad are really excited about what's to come with Fully Subscribed.
Yeah, Seth Klarman, Clarvich Stables, Chad Brown. They have a talented 3-year-old filly here who, again, JK said it as well, lightly raced, so it looks like that ceiling, we're going to see maybe the best version of her yet to come in 2026.
And you love to see that progression, right? She's improved with every single start, and that just gives you the feeling that where is the ceiling? You know, that is the big question. That was a very impressive effort, and she's beating, albeit off a layoff, the runner-up in the Kentucky Oaks, which is the most important race for 3-year-old fillies in the country. I would say that in the Alabama, right? You know, for just 3-year-olds.
Yeah. Excited for next year for her. That was a big performance on a terrific Saturday card. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Man who was aboard that filly, Fully Subscribed yesterday, enjoying that win. And the Gulfstream experiment is over. Sticking around in New York again for the winner. That's good news for us. Bad news for the rest of this jockey colony.
The rumblings started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
Cypher now ranging up alongside, still under a hand right here, storms to the front. Brussels is rolling to the back of the pack. Aspect Island is there too, but it's Cypher. Cypher has it close to home from Brussels. Cypher's a Breeders' Cup winner.
Cypher beating the boys. Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint for George Weaver. 3 for 4 and only a neck defeat in the Bolton Landing in her second start at Saratoga. The only blip on the resume, an incredible 2-year-old campaign for George Weaver, Medallion Racing and Swinbank Stables. Big effort, went off at 5-1 in that Breeders' Cup.
She looked like a winner every single step of the way. She broke sharp, set up her position, was always traveling. What a beautiful mover. The mechanics of her stride are just so impeccable. And nice to see her get it done. And I believe her name should be in the conversation for 2-year-old filly champ.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? I mean, there's no, the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner, one that was coming off a maiden win, who was a big price that day. That'd be interesting. It would be a first, I believe.
Well, it would be a big departure from the way the voters, generally seem to approach it. But I think, beating the boys in that Breeders' Cup sprint, turf sprint, I think puts her name in the ring.
Yeah, I think it's worth this year looking outside the box. George Weaver, by the way, with Cypher, sending out Silsby, the 3 in this race coming up. One of the major players, if not the one to beat coming up. But, of course, Pratt is getting overbet again on Hangover Heaven, the 2 right now. Let's take a look at Silsby in action in a win last time out.
Yeah, listen, she's just very good. All of her turf efforts have been very good efforts. She started in a rained-off race off the turf onto the dirt, but she's good. By Vekoma, George trained Vekoma, so there's a lot of familiarity with the pedigree, and like how game she was, huh? She took a big challenge and was able to shake it off from one last knock.
So 3-1 right now. I don't think you will get that at post time. Meanwhile, again, taking more money than probably should, but certainly a player in here, Hangover Heaven, the 2. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
She seems to always do so, Greg, except her debut, which I guess people have FOMO from that race when she exploded down the lane to win at first asking at 10-1. So taking a look at Hangover Heaven, who does get Lasix for the first time in her career, she is a bit more settled today than what I've seen, and that's typically the case when adding that. The problem is, though, is that, she was in a race last time where the pace held together. Gratefully, and Natalie just ran 1-2 around the racetrack. So therefore, I believe she's so pace dependent overall. And when she has won, she's gotten those really nice trips where things have fizzled out on the front end for her. So we'll see what happens here. Do note, it's been raining a bit, so course probably a little less than firm, to say the least, as we'll move on to number 1, Carrie, who for the first time in several races could be the lone speed in here. At least on paper, she definitely is. When you look at Timeform US pace figures, she is out there on the lead clear with Kendrick Carmouche aboard and that inside post position for Joe Sharp. I wonder, what has happened to her. There was a period in time where she would be a heavy favorite in this race. It seems as though her recent form, her lack of stamina is concerning overall. I do wish she looked a touch better here in the paddock. Her coat has started to turn that kind of wintry look to it. As we'll move on to the horse that I just think gets the ultimate class relief in here. And yeah, she does come out of that same Gratefully DiNatale race as Hangover Heaven, but Solo Shot for the most part this year has just been in some tough affairs. And the thing that does concern me slightly is that last year when she started running on the turf, she did have a bit more speed. And I wonder, with the lack of pace other than Carrie in here, if we could see Ruben Silvera just put her a little bit more forward. She looks fantastic. And two, she just earlier in the season looked as though she needed to kind of race into fitness again. So relative to what she faces here, Greg, I really like what I'm seeing from Solo Shot, and I do think she has a big shot.
And we talk about this barn a lot. Lolita Shibmango doesn't get a lot of huge opportunities, but she makes the most of what she has.
Yeah, that's the thing. People shouldn't just depend on how many wins somebody has or what kind of percentage. You can only do what the best you can with the horses available to you. And Lolita's horses always look good. They hit the board at big prices. They outrun their odds more often than not. It's like looking at a jockey and saying, well, this jockey is winning at a low percentage. But if you go through what mounts they get, and the majority of them are 40 and 50 to 1 shots, I've never seen a jockey get off and put the horse on their back.
6 to 1 right now on one who definitely has a big look in this race coming up. Let's go back to the one Pratt will ride. So 2 to 1 favorite right now. Hangover Heaven for the Rick Dutrow Jr. barn. And win number 2 came in this race September 20th. Came from pretty far back early to get up in time and get this win as the favorite.
Yeah, she did get off a step slow, so she was well back, much like she was on her debut, where she made that huge middle move. And this time, though, she got to save all the ground, tip out. And other than being slow early, got pretty much a perfect trip, Greg.
Yeah. And then comes out of that race. And I have to say, disappointing what happened next time out.
Yeah, the next start was very disappointing. But Maggie pointed out it was won by 2 horses that were dominated on the front end gratefully. Now 3 for 3, undefeated. On both surfaces, on dirt as well as turf now. So she's proven to be a pretty, formidable kind of a runner. But I think Hangover Heaven might be up against it from a pace standpoint. I agree. Kerry, to me, is the main. And Lone Speed, I thought the 7 Golden Rocket on the turn back, she won't be on the lead because she's not going to have the same kind of speed turning back. But I think she's got enough speed to be close enough and rely on her stamina.
There she is. 6-year-old mare Dylan Davis will ride from the outside post. Golden Rocket, the 7. A dominant win going on a 16th at Delaware on grass 2 back, and followed it up with a very good effort in Stakes Company here in New York. Behind Awesome Check, Gallant Greta, Moon Age Daydream. That is an incredibly tough group. So shortens up to 6 furlongs today as we look at the speed from the rail with Kendrick Carmouche on Kerry.
Yeah, she looks like she is going to be loose on the lead, and maybe that'll be enough to wake her up. She is a soon-to-be 6-year-old mare, and the last couple races, a little bit lean.
Hangover Heaven, here's Pratt for Dutrow.
Yeah, taking a lot of money, but I think a lot of that has to do with Flavien Prat.
George Weaver's Silsby with Manny Franco.
Major player here, just honest, consistent, should work out a good trip.
Slightly busy, big price on one coming out of a grade 3.
Obviously coming out of much tougher where she was cast into that chasing kind of mode.
Solo shot for the aforementioned Lolita Shiv Mangle.
Well, how is she 6 to 1 and Hangover Heaven is 2 to 1? They come out of the same race, and this really finished faster than her.
Accelerated News at a big price, Christopher Elliott.
Yeah, just a nice effort last time. Feels like she's going to have to find a bit more getting back to the turf.
And again, Golden Rocket now 3 to 1 on the turn back in distance for trainer Jamie Ness.
And she has won once before at the 6 furlong distance, so that it doesn't bother me as much to turn back because she has shown capable of winning at 6 furlongs on the turf. I just think that she's going to sit a really good trip under Dylan Davis.
Favorite, it is still the man having this incredible late season tear, Flavien Prat on Hangover Heaven with more. Let's go to JK.
Yeah, it's funny. I actually saw Flavien out at the Breeders' Cup, the Breakfast Marquee one morning, and I was talking to him, and he's like, I'm going to just stay in New York, I think. I said, I think you'll probably do okay. And then he's literally can't lose. Here's my thoughts about this race. There's a few of them. I like spots like this. I'm a multi-race player where I feel like I can get 2 different styles of horses that are the best 2 horses in the race, and then I don't feel like I can lose from a multi-race standpoint. I feel that way about this race, the 2 or the 3. I feel like one of those 2 horses has to win. We'll start with Hangover Heaven. I'm going to pick Silsby, the 3, but we'll start with Hangover Heaven. I agree with Richie's point about the pace problem here for Hangover Heaven, but I thought the pace was pretty slow 2 races back when Hangover Heaven was able to overcome it after breaking a little bit slow. Look, if Hangover Heaven can just break with the crew here, then I don't think the pace is going to matter because I think she's pretty good. The 3 Silsby is where I'm going to land. I just feel like this horse has 3 or 4 races that are really good. George Weaver's been unbelievable in this division. When I say division, I mean sprinting on the turf. We saw that coming out of break with Cy Fair winning for Swinbank Stables as well involved. I love Silsby. I've been a fan. I think she's talented, and I think she's got a little bit more tactical edge here in this spot. And then just a fun fact, while we're talking about the 5 solo shot, she broke her maiden at Saratoga for George Weaver and Reagan Swinbank Stables. So it's going to probably be hard for Reagan to root against his old girl, but I think he's going to root for Silsby in here. I'm going to go with the 3. I think the 2 will come running late. One of those 2 has to win multi-race wagers, in my opinion.
Well, strong stand. JK taking, I like Silsby too in here, who I thought would be the favorite, now has become the favorite. But there's a few others that look like they can make an impact. Yeah, among them, the one that you like turning back a distance is 7.
Yeah, listen, she's going to have to show that she's still capable as you get older. You know, you're not quite as fast. She is a 6-year-old. But, again, it gives me a little bit more confidence that she has run 6 furlongs one other time on the turf, and that resulted in a win.
2 sprints, actually. She ran one of the fastest figures of anyone of this field in October. And then July 24, Saratoga, she has a sprint that's faster than what anyone's ever run in here. So, there's reasons to think she can absolutely do it again. Let's go back to Maggie.
Hey, Greg, I might just melt out here. It's raining. Wish I could be JK, or I could be in my cozy house with some snacks. That'd be nice. As number 7, Golden Rocket, she's really cool. I got to give her credit because she's one that can kind of handle anything, any surface. Yeah, so obviously she's better on the turf, but she can run a decent race on the dirt, and it doesn't really matter what distance you're going. She has that versatile look to her as well, and one that I've never been the biggest fan physically, but she outruns her pedigree, she outruns her appearance, and actually this is one of the better times I've seen her. I'm not in love with her turning back. It's not like Jamie Ness has particularly good numbers turning back on the turf. He's 2 for 16, so not the biggest sample size. It's not something he does often. In fact, I feel like he doesn't have that many turf horses on top of that. So you're taking a pretty short price on a horse that I thought would offer a little bit more value, but I will say Dylan Davis did give her a really nice big warm-up. And quickly on the track condition, the main track is sealed right now, so obviously we'll have a change in that for the next dirt race, but it's not firm out there. I'm sorry. The rain has impacted the surfaces now. It's been coming down for a while. As number 6, Accelerated News, she's the longest shot on the board. And look, maybe she's just gotten better here for Melanie. Her former turf form isn't great, but she's only had 1 try on the turf prior to that. And it was behind Silsby. She just looks really good. I'm not sure she's a turf horse, to be fair, but I just thought at a big price, maybe Mel has gotten her going the right way. At least that's reflective in what I see from her physically. Greg?
All right, thank you, Maggie. Your thoughts on this turf course now and how it might be playing?
Yeah, I agree with Maggie. It's got to be impacted by the weather. And you may say, well, we haven't gotten a tremendous amount of rain, but you hit a certain point of the year in the fall, and the courses just don't dry out as much. So any rain that you get, it starts accumulating, right? And not that it's soft by any means, but it's far from firm. And I think that hurts a horse like Kerry, who should be the main and controlling speed and could potentially benefit the horse that I like a bit, the 7 Golden Rocket on the turn back, if the course is in fact a little bit more demanding than it normally is.
There's the favorite, Silsby. George Weaver showed you his filly Cy-Fair with that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint win against the boys. This one looking to go back-to-back after winning on October 17th. Let's send it upstairs. Start of the pick 4, Chris Griffin, the call.
Accelerated News. Accelerated News. Golden Rocket. Last to move in. All set. And they're off. Golden Rocket broke sharply from the outside stall, and in between horses, Slightly Busy. Carey's in that early mix too, but it's going to be Carey at the rail now to assume command is up by a full length, call it a length and a half. Slightly Busy is content to stalk for a second, and at the rail that's Silsby, who's now a close-up third. Golden Rocket behind them after breaking on top is back to 4th. Then the final trio there is Solo Shot, Hangover Heaven, and Accelerated News. They're chasing Carey. Carey will take him into the far turn with Silsby. Little Keen wants to go, is right there at challenging second. Then towards the outside, trying to run on is Slightly Busy. Golden Rocket, who's been well settled in fourth, is back for more. Solo Shot following that move. Down towards the inside, Hangover Heaven, and the trailer Accelerated News. They haven't caught Carey. It's Carey at the top of the lane who kicks away. Carey is trying to run them right off their feet, is up by 2. Silsby continues to give game chase, and here comes Hangover Heaven, who emerges as a late danger. Hangover Heaven is lifting late. Silsby is ready to challenge, but Hangover Heaven and Flavien Prat challenging towards the outside. Silsby gutting it out. Silsby in a photo. Silsby wins it over Hangover Heaven. Then came Carey and Golden Rocket in 1 minute 8.73.
Carey tried to steal it on the front end. In the end, JK all over this. Hope he crushes exacta. Silsby, the win. Hangover Heaven gave chase. Winds up second.
Yeah, a great call by Jonathan, and he had no concerns coming to the 16th pole. It was Silsby in front, and here comes Hangover Heaven making the run at her, but Silsby, very game, dug in and held off that late close. Manny Franco contributed a very strong ride on Silsby. Late changing to her right lead right there. Now watch, she's going to come out just enough to meet the challenge of Hangover Heaven under a pretty strong left-handed crop from Manny Franco. Right here, you can see she steps out just enough. Manny's going to turn her head and straighten her a little bit right at the wire, but that's what race riding is, subtle. Coming out slightly to meet challenges or coming in slightly to meet challenges.
Silsby goes back-to-back. She wins as the favorite. Hangover Heaven checks in second. Kendrick Carmouche did what he could on Carey. Tried to wire this field. Just comes up a little bit short late.
Yeah, listen, she ran big. She tried hard. Stamina is something that's been an issue with her, and she bottomed out a little bit late, but the perfect trip with Silsby, and then the late run of Hangover Heaven. Of course, I like Golden Rocket, had good position, broke sharp. She just was just not good enough sprinting today.
Manny Franco having a good afternoon. Teams up with George Weaver for the win. Swinbank Stables, Rick Pitino Racing, 3-2-1-7. That man right there. We'll have more on Kendrick. What an incredible summer Saratoga of his career. And it's continued coming back downstate. Man who's paid his dues and is thriving in New York.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
10-25, 10-25, at 25-35, 335,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Spine-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, Secretariat-like.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gunrunner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife.
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Change in conditions on both these surfaces with the rain we've got over the last half hour or so. Silsby holding off Hangover Heaven for the win. George Weaver, Manny Franco.
You said that beautiful pocket trip. Manny Franco's just been riding in such great form and a strong finish. And Hangover Heaven got to it with a lot of momentum, Greg. And I love the way this filly dug in. But you know what? When you get to save that ground that way and, save a little bit more horse. But you know what? Hangover Heaven did the same thing. He followed her throughout. Flavien Prat gave her every opportunity. That inside-out move gets to them. They take Kerry now, who just doesn't have quite enough in the tank to see it all the way through. And here comes Hangover Heaven, but Silsby digs down and finds just enough to hold off Hangover Heaven. And Jonathan was all over it. He had
good call.
The winner and the runner-up.
And again, Prat, coming into today, he's been the story of this late push he's had in the year coming out of the Breeders' Cup. Those 7 wins, never done before in the NYRA circuit on Sunday, just a few hours after arriving back from California. 6 for 12 coming into today. We got to find a graphic, though, and get the numbers, because he had 3 runner-ups on that card as well.
Yes, 7 wins, 3 seconds.
How many runner-ups he's had, first and just seconds, this entire meet. It's incredible what he's done.
Well,
Incredible.
He's giving every horse an opportunity to win, and that's the single most important thing a jockey can do, is put a horse in a position to win the race. At no time do you feel like his horses are out of the race where he's left them too much to do or he's come too wide. He gives them that chance and does it consistently every single day.
So started 6 for 12 at this meet, and that was not taking into account the 7-win day on Sunday. Started the new meet on Thursday.
Wow, so that's 13 wins right
Unreal.
there. I mean, really, incredible pace.
That's how close it was, but Silsby gets it done. George Weaver again, and the favorite with the win here in race 6. Let's set up the 7th. We go longer on the grass. Mile and a 16th. And again, take it with a grain of salt, that firm listing on the turf course. There is some give in it. New York bred 50 maiden claiming race. We're the 8 right now. Cat Stormy, Belmont, Junior Alvarado. 5-2 favorite currently. More on this field coming up in a moment. On a summer day, Player as well, even though she comes in 0 for 12, comes in and with 2 of the best races probably recently, and they came at this level. The man will be aboard. He's as blue collar as they come. A hardworking rider who earned every inch of his success along the way. Kendrick Carmouche paid his dues at Parks, grinding for years before breaking through on the toughest circuit in the game, where now he is thriving in New York, including coming off a career summer at Saratoga.
Yeah. I love the morning work. The morning is something that brings peace to my day, when I can wake up and say good morning to everybody and just get on horses, in the morning. It's fun that us jocks get to go out and get on these horses, because it builds a relationship for the afternoon where we can be even better.
Yo, what's up, brother?
Every morning I wake up, I gotta go talk to everyone to let them know how much I want it, how much I want to be successful to their team, want to be on their team. I love riding for everybody. I want to ride for everybody. I feel like I can do good for everybody if I only can put the work in to be successful at the end of the day.
Mama Linda, how are you, hon?
I'm good. I like to always check with the people that I ride for, so, we can have a good vibe going into the afternoon where we can win some races. It's all who want it out of life and who want to do better and who get the opportunity to do better. It always don't go your way because you want it so bad. The opportunity got to come to you where you can achieve your goals and where you can prove to them that you are just as good as anybody else, if not better.
Morning. Good morning, my brother. Everything good? You good?
My dad was the biggest inspiration for me as I was growing up. He wasn't overbearing about, you have to do this, you have to do this, you have to do this. He was always, son, you got to learn the horses. You got to get in tune with the horses.
I wrote that one?
After that, I just started building from there.
Morning. Me, all day. I ride 2 for Linda. Se fue adios.
My dad always told me if you can't be good at it, So, anytime I lose, I'll be like, man, if I can't be good, I gotta be good at it, you know. If I can't win, I gotta be even better at it, you know. That's some of the things I think about that my dad always used to tell me, you know. And he used to always tell me, never walk with your head down, always keep your head level, because if you keep your head level, you can see what's in front of you. And I can see everything what's in front of me, Dad. You was right, man. I am here, I am there, I am everywhere. I was brought in the game. I was pretty much raised in the game, you know, so I just can't speak so highly of how much I love my sport. I think my sport is wonderful. I think these horses are wonderful. I think these horses do stuff for people across the world that humans can't do for other humans, you know. That's how I feel about horses, and I'm just blessed.
Oh, Kendrick, well-deserved, tremendous success that he's had. Let's take a look at his 2025 graded stakes wins, including a couple of grade ones on deterministic. It's just been a high point of his career. He's a great ambassador for the sport and someone who always just walks around with a smile on his face.
He always keeps a good attitude. His enthusiasm never wanes. He does show up in the morning and brings that attitude with him, and it's infectious. You know, as a jockey, not only do you have to sell yourself to the owner and the trainer, you also got to ingratiate yourself with the grooms and the exercise riders, the hot walkers, the assistant trainers. You want that good feeling around you when you go into a barn, that people are happy you're there. Hey, Mig's coming to say hi. You know, obviously Kendrick's here, you know, and they get excited about it, and you deliver good rides. They're in the trainer's ear. Oh, you're going to put Kendrick on this one, right?
Were they happy when they saw Mig coming to the barn usually?
I would say most of the time. Obviously, listen, you know, people talk about horses getting disqualified, and it's not fair to the betting public and what have you. There's no bigger deterrent for a jockey than getting disqualified, because you lose the confidence of the stable. The grooms, the exercise riders aren't as happy with you. The trainer and owner, we did our job. We had the horse ready, and then you go and get the horse disqualified. And that, to me, is a bigger deterrent for rough or careless riding than a suspension or a fine. It's losing your business.
Kendrick, we're going to see him coming up in the next race. He'll be on a summer day. 8-1 right now, 0 for 12, but this one certainly with a chance in a wide open race. There's his mount ahead. What a summer, what a year it's been for Kendrick. We'll be back with race 7 next.
As they say,
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
if you can make it here,
Book 'em, Dano in a thriller. Book 'em, Dano wears him down. Book 'em, Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
you can make it anywhere.
It's Book 'em, Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away.
Bucaro, proudly standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
want a stake for.
Back at our Sunday coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races with live coverage from New York City's racetrack, Aqueduct, and the fall meet as we're into race 7 coming up. Let's look back to Saturday, and wow, we have a new player as we get set to turn the page for 2026 in the older horse division. 3-year-old Disco Time. We were all wondering that St. Louis Derby performance, Fairmount Park, was for real. It was for real.
Yeah, it was for real. And this was another step forward for a horse that hasn't taken a backward step yet. He's undefeated, and he just seems to be getting faster as he's maturing. And this was a tour de force for Disco Time. And actually communicated with Brad Cox this morning and asked, any chance about the Cigar Mile. And he says doubtful because of the timing off of a big effort like this. But I think we're looking at a horse that could be a major player in the 4-year-old division next year.
Yeah, her, obviously with these connections, Saudi Cups, what they're thinking, that $20 million purse. 5 for 5 now for the son of Not This Time. And it's really been the last 2 starts, so he's just become a different horse. He was off from January 18th in Lecomte, which he won, by the way, but didn't come back until, mid to late-ish September. 101 Beyer, 107 Beyer, his last 2 wins.
Yeah, so he's pairing up triple-digit Beyers, and that obviously time off gave him more time to mature, and whatever little ailment or problem he had, the patience certainly being rewarded.
Race 7, Inner Turf Mile, 16th New York Breds, trying to get that first career win, $50,000 maiden claiming race. As you look at Attagirl Addie, favorite though is the 8 right now. That's Cat Stormy. Belmont Junior Alvarado dropping class for the first time for the 8. Back with us, Acacia Clement.
And we'll start there with the 8, Cat Stormy, maybe a little bit well named with some of the weather today, but this is a horse who's been over 20-1 in her first 2 starts and now is taking a drop in class for the first time, which really can be a huge difference maker as far as a horse running its best race. And this is a filly that I thought first time out just really needed a race, needed one to bring it together physically and mentally. Then next time was more settled with racing, though just didn't show any speed and didn't show any improvement from first to second start. Now looking at her here, she's incredibly fit. She has been very relaxed here in the paddock as well, taking it all in. I don't have any problems with her. I just wish that she had shown a little bit in one of her first 2 starts. Now she did break in sharply from the rail on debut, and then last time out just really taken for speed, but there was no follow through. We'll see if the class drop does help her, and there's not a ton of form to sink your teeth into. At least the plus with her is that she's dropping in for the first time, and she is still very lightly raced, with this only being her 3rd start. The number 3, Attagirl Addie, though, she's been at this level for a while. However, she is the one that looks best here in the paddock. She immediately grabs your attention, really strong, really well muscled and defined, and Gustavo Rodriguez's horses over the last couple of days have really been running too. I thought last time out she was mid-pack, and she ran on a little bit up the rail, just not enough. I know that she's been knocking at the door, and she's not a winning type. I don't know what could necessarily change for her in here today, but I will say she just looks like a horse that's doing exceptionally well coming in to these colder months. Now the number 10, Fire Agate, to the outside, drops back down to this level, where last time out tried going back up to New York Bred Maiden Special Weight Company and was rushing up wide in that effort last time out, and then 2 starts back coming from off of it, I thought ran average or so, but this is a filly that just kind of runs the same race each and every time. She is a little bit more shorter coupled in the way that she's put together. I wonder if maybe nitpicking the flat mile is a touch better for her versus the mile and a 16th that she will have to navigate again today, but she does have Flavien Prat aboard. He did ride her in one of her better performances back for this level in Saratoga, where she finished 3rd, and when she was able to be a little bit more forwardly placed, see if she can drop in, save some ground, and get some position from that outside post, because I think that's where she runs her best races. She just doesn't have much of that quick acceleration, Greg, late in the race.
Pratt will try and work some magic from that outside post. 5-2 favorite. As we get set for our post parade here coming up momentarily in a wide open New York bred maiden 50 race.
It really is a wide open race. I thought there was several directions you could go. I thought the one Night Jasmine had a look. First time dropping in for a maiden claiming tag. And if you look at all her turf races, runs pretty consistently a race good enough to win here and gets a good inside draw. Cat Stormy lately raced. Kind of an interesting pedigree there for Tom Gallo's Dreammaker Racing. Get Stormy at a Bodega Cat. Now, my fingerprints on this pedigree here, Greg. I rode Stormy Atlantic, the grandsire on the
8.
On the 8, Cat Stormy, and I rode the grandmother, Nahanta Cat, for Tom and Mia Gallo, who actually won her first 2 starts on dirt before she moved to the turf. And in a race like this, don't you kind of want to take a serious look at lightly raced horses that maybe are less exposed than some of the other rivals?
Well, and one, too, that's going to be dropping in for the lowest level she's ever run at yet for a first time for a tag. Yeah. 3-1. But, yeah, good point on both counts. So, big player here, no question. As you see, Junior Alvarado waiting to hop aboard Cat Stormy.
And then let's factor that in, the combination of Bill Mott and Junior Alvarado. They've put together a pretty decent year.
Incredible. Scylla saving her best for last after having a kind of an up and down difficult year, saving it for the distaff. Back to Lady Delilah. 0 for 8, not just 0 for 8, 0 for 8 in the money on the turf. 12-1 morning line, 6-1 right now.
Well, I think it speaks more to the level of the competition, the race. I'm just always going to shy away from horses that have had a lot of tries, and she's 0 for 12. This is her 13th try. Will the Baker's dozen be the time she gets it done? I could never back a horse like that with confidence.
No, tough read. I couldn't do it. She's getting, someone likes her. She's getting bet. I don't see why. She was just a nose behind On a Summer Day, the 7. That's Kendrick's mount, who I think kind of is rounding into, for the level, decent form, and I thought was a player in the race. So maybe this one as well. It's tough to see. There's Kendrick, 9-1 on one who's 0 for 11 on the turf.
Yeah, and 0 for 12 overall. Again, yes, these horses can win, sure. To me, that's just not the way I'm going to go. I just can't have confidence if it's taken a horse that many starts and they still couldn't find the winner's circle. I'm always going to lean towards somebody else. Night Jasmine's 0 for 8, but she's never run for a maiden claiming tag, and she gets a great post. Cat Stormy, lightly raced, also dropping in for a maiden claiming tag for the first time.
Upside for sure, kind of leaning with, among others, Cat Stormy, the 8. Here's the one. Night Jasmine, and with this one, too, who is dropping into the lowest level she's ever run at.
Yeah, it's going to get to save all the ground in the first turn, and then Manny Franco has to work out a trip from there.
Luis Rivera Jr. for Jimmy Ferraro. Lady Delilah, again, bet in half of her morning line.
Well, her last 2 starts were, I think, steps in the right direction, but she's had a lot of chances.
Atta Girl Addie, here is Ricardo Santana Jr.
Even more chances. She's 0 for 16.
Jalamar. Sorry, the 5. 4 is out. AP Slingshot. I know Andy liked this horse.
Yeah, the mare was 0 for 4 on turf, but there is Freud on the female side of the family, so that speaks to turf.
Heavens Lee went by. There's Kendrick On a Summer Day, the 7.
Yeah, a lot of tries, but I think a couple of decent efforts coming into this, dropping for maiden 50.
Here's Mott and Junior with Cat Stormy.
Lightly raced, could take another step forward and drops down.
Game face on for the 8. Sky Lolo, 2 starts back at this level, and it was off a long layoff, ran second.
Yeah, and that was after a troubled beginning. She could take a step forward.
Yeah,
that's
16-1 right now.
16-1's too big a price for that horse.
Giving up on her after a next start that didn't go quite as well. And then Fire Agate, Mike Maker, and Pratt outside 3-1 favorite.
Well, I think a lot of this has to do with Flavien Prat. The horse is okay. She's just as good as anybody else. But did you see her as favorite from that far outside post?
I think she's one of a couple, probably along with Cat Stormy and maybe the top 3 to beat. But 3-1, I don't want to make anyone in this field 3-1. JK, what are your thoughts on this race?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I mean, it feels like one of those wide open spots. It doesn't feel like there's a lot of pace in here. So in a situation like that, give me the most pace-aware rider in the room. You know, I don't think he's a speed rider. I know some people do think that. It's not the case. But he's just pace-aware, and that's Kendrick. On the 7 on a summer day where, you know, the last 2 races are just okay. I thought the race 2 back was probably a little bit better. It was wide all the way around there, lost a lot of ground, was the first time running for 50. I thought that performance was pretty okay. In a group with a bunch of horses that kind of just always run pretty okay. You don't need something to really jump off the page. You just need something that makes a little bit of sense from a price standpoint. And for me, that's the 7. Look, I wouldn't talk anyone off of anyone in here. I think the 3 was actually a little bit interesting at a big price. I thought the 8, you know, the 6 even, I wouldn't be shocked. But I'm going to land on the 7. Hopefully, Acacia can provide a little bit more insight with the 1, Night Jasmine. Help me out here, Acacia. I'm struggling.
Yeah, this is a tough race, Jonathan. I begrudgingly landed on the 3 Attagirl Addie just because I thought she looked best, but I think that these are very evenly matched horses. I have no problem with it on a summer day. I feel kind of the same about her that I do about Night Jasmine, who breaks from the inside. Now, one thing I will say about Night Jasmine is that she does have the inside post. She'll be able to save the ground in there, and she's a horse that used to get very rambunctious and really difficult to handle prior to her races, and mentally she's come a long way, so I do appreciate that about her. However, I don't think she ran a step last time out and thought it was a very disappointing effort from her. But that being said, she is taking a drop in class for the first time, which, as I mentioned, with the 8, it can make a huge difference for horses, especially at this level. I do think that she's better when she can be forward, and imagine Manny Franco will be aggressive with her. Now, I know Andy and Maggie both had some interest in the 5 AP Slingshot. There's not much turf pedigree to speak of, as the dam was 0-for-4 on the grass. She did hit the board twice on the turf, and she was able to handle it. But I think Honor AP actually does have good turf stats. And this horse looks like a turf horse. Very angular in the way that she's built and the way that she's put together, particularly in her hind end, that type of physical that typically has an easier time of it on the turf. And if there's some cut in the turf, she's a lighter frame that should be able to skip over it. That proverbial flat turf hoof on her, she definitely looks like this is the surface that she wants. And I'm interested to see what she can do getting on to the grass for the first time here, Greg.
Andy Serling liked her. I know our morning line maker, David Aragona, liked her. 12-1 right now on AP Slingshot the 5.
She's going to have to show she can handle turf. I like that Acacia feels that from a physical standpoint, it looks more like a turf horse. I saw the same thing she did, too, that the mare was 0-for-4 on turf. She's going to have to step forward. Obviously, there's some very knowledgeable people that think she can take that step forward.
Good luck.
I'm going in a different direction.
Fire Agate. 7-2 looks pretty intriguing on Cat Storm. That's pretty fair on, as you said, a lightly raced runner, dropping in class. 3-2. Night Jasmine starting to take a lot of money in the rail too, and immediately is in a position where she's going to be able to save ground from that inside post.
Yeah, I'm hoping Manny Franco's, gets away clean enough where he can hold good, solid position to that first turn. You've got an advantage having an inside draw. You want to take advantage of it.
Chris Griffin. Here's the 7th from Aqueduct.
Fire Agate goes in. All set. Just really rearing up. Might have sat down there, was the 10 Fire Agate. Also rider off there, the 6 Heavens Lee. Stand by. Looks like Flavien Prat, comfortable enough, gets back aboard. All set. And they're off. Good speed towards the inside from Night Jasmine, and also going to be in the early mix is Attagirl Addie. Lined up on the front end as AP Slingshot joins them, and Heavens Lee in the early scrum too. Just off of them is Lady Delilah, who's back there in 5th, is moving with On a Summer Day. Fire Agate looking for a spot to tuck in is wide early. Cat Stormy with Sky Low Low. They're the trailers. They work towards that turn. AP Slingshot is in front. Christopher Elliott, AP Slingshot up by a full length. Right there in second is Heavens Lee. Attagirl Addie is well-placed third, is at the rail, is going to save all the ground, and On a Summer Day progresses center of the course, is now taken 4th. 23.67 for that opening quarter mile. Just behind them, Lady Delilah. Fire Agate down the center of the course, and a tight hold here, Sky Low Low. Patiently ridden, very tightly bunched. Night Jasmine was with the early leaders, is now back to second to last, and the trailer, Cat Stormy. 50 seconds flat for the half-mile time. They're crawling now, and the leader is Heavens Lee. Heavens Lee with a nose advantage. AP Slingshot gave up the lead. Up the backstretch is now back to third. Is On a Summer Day is ready to pounce up alongside. Just in between horses, Lady Delilah. Here comes the move from Fire Agate, and now launching, has taken 4th, is dropping back quickly, was AP Slingshot. On a Summer Day with that early move, and On a Summer Day is trying to give him the slip right now. Heavens Lee down on the inside. These front two are well apart, but they try to sprint away from the field, and they're doing just that. Lady Delilah is chasing here from third. Night Jasmine is back into the bit, down towards the inside. Attagirl Addie is trying to rally on. The front two are shoulder to shoulder. It's On a Summer Day. Heavens Lee is resilient, has come back towards the inside. Heavens Lee is ahead in front. Battling on a Summer Day. Give it to Heavens Lee to win it. Heavens Lee over On a Summer Day. Then came Attagirl Addie and Night Jasmine. 1 minute 46.30 seconds.
We may have a carryover already in the pick 6 with this performance. 20-1 morning line. 40-1. Heavens Lee, Ruben Silvera for Bruce Levine Flying P Stable.
Yeah, worked out a good trip, and Bruce Levine gets it done. He had AP Slingshot on the lead. She stopped. Heavens Lee was never far away, took over, battled back here, actually got past a little bit in the lane, and gets it done. Ruben Silvera, strong rider, good finisher. He was injured early in the year, and I think that, if I'm not mistaken, that might have been his 100th victory this year, even after being injured. So nice to see him back in a good form.
6-7-3-1, 40-1 shot. The biggest price by a long ways. Out dueling On a Summer Day for the victory here.
Yeah, that'll blow up some multi-race wagers there, huh?
Wow. A little bit tough to look. A very difficult race. There were certainly no standouts in here. You could sort of make a case for just about everyone in here. I mean, even this one was not that far behind Attagirl Addie last time out after breaking slow, getting bumped a little bit. Shouldn't have been 40-1, but still a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, I think a bit of a surprise. There were some trips in there, but I think you had to give this filly her due. She was game. She met a challenge, fought it off. Night Jasmine had a difficult trip. She'd have been a lot closer. Kind of got shuffled back in traffic and had to wait when the stopping AP Slingshot stopped in her face to kind of extricate herself and maneuver herself to the clear. But this is what you get in a race like this. You know, there's so many horses that were fairly close in ability, and then it just comes down to trips, and then you get a 40-1 shot.
Wow. 6-7-3-1, 40-1. Heavens Lee had never hit the board on turf or dirt. 5 prior starts. This time showing some gameness down the stretch. Amelia Green, what an impact she has made after going out on her own, spending years with Todd Pletcher and some other big-time trainers as well. We'll have her story next.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate,
And our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
Folsom from last to first in the Matt win. And Folsom is flying to the finish.
Folsom is taking the front, and Folsom kicks for home.
And Folsom sticks his neck out and runs to the wire. It is Folsom!
It's Folsom in front, and Folsom wins the Governor's Stakes.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you where you can play all the action. That $200 deposit match sign-up bonus at Naira Bets, bonus 200, code to use at sign-up. Heavens Lee, wow, 40-1 upset to shake things up in these multi-race wagers on our Sunday card.
Yeah, worked out a good trip, right? Got to save ground, was forwardly placed. The race really slowed down the second fraction. They went from 23 and change to 50. Always in a good spot. Ruben Severa is an aggressive rider. And I think, frankly, caught the right field. And Bruce Savine now 2,262 career victories for trainer Bruce Savine.
Not bad. Those Silks win a lot. Won a lot at Saratoga with favorites. Win with a 40-1 shot here downstate.
Yeah, Jay Provenzano, Flying P Stable. You know he would love to be leading owner in Saratoga. He's given it a good try 2 summers in a row, and but he's pretty successful year-round in whatever jurisdiction he races at. Runs horses at Oaklawn over the winter as well, and they do very well.
Again, 6-7, 3-1 in the 7th. See if that was enough to result in a pick 6 carryover. I would think on a non-carryover day, probably was. We'll see. Race 8, 1 turn mile, $17,000 claiming race. Non-winners at 2 Life coming up. This race still waiting to go official. Doomed looked pretty tough, but trying to claim off one of the best trainers in the sport in Brad Cox.
Yeah, always tough to improve off of a trainer of Brad Cox's stature, but there's 2 schools of thought of that, right? At least you know you're getting a horse that's been well cared for and probably in pretty good shape when you get them.
And that was a dirt debut for this horse. Same level he's going to be running right back at today. If you don't go Doomed, I thought he was way the horse to beat. I'm not sure where you go in that race.
I think that's a very good question here. I thought actually the 6-horse Nance was a little bit interesting from the Collis Martin barn.
Yep, Ricardo Santana Jr. will be aboard there. We'll get deeper into this race coming up in a moment. Still waiting for this race to go official, and it just has now. So 6-7, 3-1, 40-1 shot. We'll have these prices in just a second. As not quite as dark as it looks behind us.
No, it's funny on the TV screen with the track feed.
Pitch black.
It looks like the fog is rolling, but it's not that bad when you look out the window.
$83.54 on Heaven's Lee. Don't see that often. Results in pick 5 coming back over $5,600, and we'll see what that means for the late pick 5.
Wow,
That'll be a lot better than that, probably.
$480 exacta for a buck. A 50-cent try was over $1,400. Not a bad lick.
Race 8, 1 turn mile, $17,000 claiming race. Non-winners at 2 Life. Doomed, we mentioned a moment ago, just claimed off of Brad Cox. Right now, 4-1. That price will come down. And Desperate Proposal taking a lot of money right now for Amelia Green, who spent the last few years learning her craft under Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher. but now she's proving that she can thrive on her own. Since launching her own stable, Green has wasted little time making her presence felt.
My first memory of a horse, I mean, it's pretty much before my memories began. I've been very lucky to grow up around horses my entire life. But I'd say when I was like 13, 14 was when this was all I wanted to do. I started out with the show horses, show jumping, and I was lucky enough to jump for England when I was a child. My grandfather was a national hunt trainer in England, so I would say that was the inspiration to trying to get into racing. I think he was the one that was like, why don't you try going to the racing school? When I first came into the industry, I was set on being a jockey. I loved the adrenaline of the going fast and, you know, riding tight in a race, and that was the route I wanted to go. I was incredibly lucky to get a job at Henry Cecil straight off the racing school. I don't think at the time I realized how good of a position that was. He actually sent me out to America one winter to California, and then he sadly passed away that June. I had a trainer in California, George Papapadromou, that offered to sponsor me for my visa and move out to America. I haven't left working-wise since. Go with Gian if you need to. He should be fine, he's ran already, so regular gallop. You know, I couldn't cut the weight riding races. I'm also a realist, and I knew that I was a pretty average jockey. And then I kind of just plateaued a little bit, and I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do. I spoke to Michael McCarthy, and he said, would you want to go work for Todd Pletcher? And I was like, yeah, I'd love to go work for Todd Pletcher. And so I called him. I think the only thing he said was, when do you want to start?
What was great about Amelia is when she first arrived, she didn't want to just ride. You know, she wanted to be involved in the barn and work the hours that the foreman and the assistants work, you know, to learn all the other stuff that goes into preparing a horse to race.
You just learn something from him every day. As everyone knows, he's not the most vocal person, but if you pay attention to what he's doing and how he's doing things, it's just a great barn to be in and learn in. I think I first told Todd about, you know, the desire to train on my own, like 3 years before I actually did it.
My biggest challenge was trying to hold on to her for a couple of years, and you know, I was able to convince her to stay. I think I talked her into another year, and part of the agreement for that year was we would sort of prepare her for some of the things that you need to know when you're training.
He was very supportive from day one. I think he learned that from, you know, the Lucas tree, that when someone says they want to do something, he's going to help them get there if he can.
You know, the one thing I'm very proud of is not only the success that they've had, but the way that they conduct themselves, the way they represent themselves, and the way they represent the industry.
You can take her away from the pony, she's good. But when I left Todd's right after Breeders' Cup, I actually didn't have a single horse in my barn. So straight from the Breeders' Cup, we went to the November sale, and I was lucky enough I had 2 owners. We bought a filly called On Command and another filly called Wimberley. And that first week, I mean, I did it all myself. I groomed them, I hot walked them, I rode them. That was it, we were up and running.
We give it to On Command, Katie Davis. They win the license fee.
She was always gonna obviously hold a special place in my heart. The first couple of days I was here, I was driving in the gate and just looking over to the Saratoga track and thinking how cool it was to have a barn here of 35 horses in my first year of training. It kind of took me aback for a second, realizing how lucky I am. You're doing what you always wanted to do with your life. Working with horses every day. It's pretty cool.
Well, she's had tremendous success very early on into her career, and this is the one she'll send out in this upcoming race here in the 8, Desperate Proposal, the 8.
And her horses are always well turned out. Obviously, you know, you look at Todd Pletcher's horses when they come to the paddock, they look the part, and I could say the same for Amelia Green's charges as well. And always stood out, even before she left Todd, was going on her own. Watching her gallop horses, and particularly Life is Good, who didn't look like the easiest or most manageable horse, she just had such nice, soft hands and got kind of strong, tough horses to cooperate. And that's what it's about. It's not about strength. You can't, you know, out-muscle a 1,000-pound animal. You have to get them to kind of fold into your hands.
See how she does in this upcoming 8th race with Decent Proposal. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, we'll look back to Saturday, how we closed out that card in the Long Island, and great move that made the difference by jockey Kendra Carmouche to help salvage a rough day for the connections of him at Belmont with Alluring Angel.
I'm paying 650. I'm paying 650,000. Not anybody else won. 650,000. Not a minute. $1 million 650,000. Not a half. $1,600,000. Thank you.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage as we get set for race 8. And we're going to look back to the race that closed out the Saturday card. And what a move by Kendrick Carmouche to make an early move to take over the lead and take command of this race. And it made a difference.
Well, it just seemed like Kendrick read that there wasn't any pace on. Everybody was kind of looking at each other, and he said, you know what, I'll take my future into my own hands here, my fate into my own hands, and I'm going to go ahead and pick up the running. You go a half in 51, 3/4 in 17, and then she wound up finishing. She came home her last furlong in less than 12 seconds, going 1 mile and 3 furlongs. Horses don't finish that fast, and so somebody from behind him is going to have to go 11 flat or 10 and change to catch him. That's when controlling a race becomes so important and strategic, right? You're kind of meeting out this horse's speed in a way that's putting everybody else at a disadvantage.
Difference-making ride from Kendrick Carmouche, and it results in a Grade 3 win in the Long Island. Look at your winners from yesterday and that terrific card that we had. The sensational performance from Disco Time, who now looks like is a major player in the older horse division for next year. Weigh the risks, impressive too in the Pumpkin Pie.
Yeah, really good day of racing too. And how about Tiz the Law, winner of the Hill Prince as well as winner of the Mother Goose. So he had stakes winners on both turf and dirt yesterday.
Yeah, Throw fully subscribed as a major player into that Distaff division. Let's go to Acacia on who impressed her most on this Saturday card.
Well, we did have a lot of really impressive stakes winners yesterday, but I do think the most impressive is a pretty easy answer, Greg, with Disco Time, who I thought was dazzling in that Dwyer win. He had some real questions to answer coming into that race because he obviously had been a pretty well thought of 2-year-old and into his early 3-year-old season, winning the Lecomte, and then unfortunately sidelined after that victory and coming back in a race like the St. Louis Derby. Well, he won impressively. It was at a smaller track and not against the toughest company. But now, winning the Dwyer, back-to-back triple-digit Beyer speed figures, I think makes him a huge player going into this older horse division. And with the Saudi Cup being the long-term goal for him, or at least I should say relatively near future, of course that being in February, probably will see him race once more, though unlikely in the Cigar Mile before that. I think he's a horse that could make things really intriguing as far as as the older horse division is concerned. Now this year we were really treated to some of the top 3-year-olds from last year staying and training, like Fierceness and Sierra Leone, even Forever Young, who won the Breeders' Cup. Whereas prior to that, I feel like we'd been a little bit lacking as far as the older horses. So with the good 3-year-olds that we have, like Journalism, Baeza, potentially Sovereignty staying and training, and then a new face like Disco Time staying and training for next year, I think that makes that division very exciting for some of those big races down the line, and can't wait to see what the future holds for him. Another son of Not This Time, who was pretty impressive on the racetrack, Greg.
Great to have another late stage season of this year, have another big name 3-year-old now kind of get into the mix, because we had 3 very good 3-year-olds this year.
Yeah, I think we had a terrific crop of 3-year-olds, and then, horses that are just later maturing. They weren't, or had issues, right? Weren't going to make the Triple Crown races, and it's exciting to think about what Disco Time can do going forward, because as good as he is now late into his 3-year-old year, he could potentially be better as a 4-year-old.
Yeah, keep in mind, too, that 2 starts back, that was his first start since January 18th, I believe.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he's got a lot of room to grow and get better. Keep Preakness winner Journalism coming back, 4-year-old. Baeza coming back, 4-year-old. We think, assuming he's healthy, Sovereignty coming back as a 4-year-old.
And we saw how interesting it made this year's with the, the likes of Sierra Leone and Fierceness and, obviously Forever Young shipping here. We had a good crop of 3-year-olds last year, and the majority of the good ones came back at 4.
This one right here, Nance for Carlos Martin, as you said, maybe a major player in here. If you don't like Doomed, Tom Morley. He had a big afternoon yesterday as well. He'll set out Always Be Smart, the 3 in this race. But yesterday, horse who surprised in the debut at Saratoga this summer, beating the highly touted Schwarzenegger at a big price. And now the first time stretching out after 2 sprints, wins the Central Park at 1:16.
Yeah, Atfield, named for John Atfield, longtime play for Tom, and someone that meant a great deal to he and Maggie, and what a nice trip. Inside posts and turf racing to me are a huge advantage, and obviously Ricardo Santana took full advantage of that inside, saved all the ground, came out around the leader, and was able to hold off the favorite there. But I was worried, I guess I should say, that this horse might not want to stretch out. I thought he might be more of a sprinter type. Then you start looking at Vekoma, his sire's record. He actually gets 17% with his turf routers as opposed to 13% with his turf sprinters.
Big effort and nice win for these connections on one who's obviously very special to everyone involved.
Yeah, it doesn't always work out where a horse is named in honor of somebody that they turn out to be good horses. Well, they chose wisely here.
Post parade coming up for the 8th. Tom Morley will have the 3. Always Be Smart. Well, shockingly favored right now. Let's get to detail-oriented, though, to kick off the post parade. Blinkers on.
Yeah, the blinkers and stretch into a mile. I would look for this horse to show speed because he really resents kickback, the dirt thrown in his face.
Good and sealed, by the way, in the main track right now with that rain. Doomed, 3-1, has become favorite.
Major player.
Always Be Smart. Here's the Tom Morley runner, the 3.
Yeah, slow early. Has a tendency to break a bit slowly. He's going to have to get away a little cleaner in a big field.
Broderick getting back to dirt.
Getting back to dirt and also dropping in class for Pat Reynolds, a guy who knows how to win.
Here's Sitting Chili, big price, 14-1.
Another one stretching out, going a bit further, would expect to be forward.
Yeah, never gone beyond 6.5. Nance, as you mentioned, major player for Carlos Martin.
Yeah, tried the the open 30, now was 2 1/2, now 17.5, trying to find an easier spot.
You saw the feature on her, Amelia Green's desperate proposal, the 8.
Well, a precipitous drop in class. This horse has never run at this level. Dirt races leave something to be desired, although did run the best dirt race when there was some moisture in the track.
And Macville going longer than he has ever gone.
Yeah, with a good outside draw, feels like he would have to find a race a bit faster than what we've seen up to date.
Doomed. Big effort at this level last start. That was with Brad Cox, now claimed and with a new barn. JK, your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, look, I get that, and sometimes it's a little bit tricky when you're trying to play a horse away from an operation like Brad Cox, but I thought Doomed ran so well last time, and when I look at the tote board where we get here, It was 5-2. It was 3-1 a couple seconds ago. I just think this horse ran extremely well. Got a 75 buyer. There's been 2 horses out of that race that have won, which makes me feel comfortable about that 75 buyer. There's also been a couple of horses that have run pretty much the same number out of that race, which makes me feel even more comfortable with that 75 buyer. If Doomed runs a 75 buyer here against this group, it's going to be very tough to beat. It really comes down to that. If Brad Cox was training this horse, what would the odds be? Based on the way the horse looks on paper, I'm hoping for a little bit of a drift up. I didn't necessarily want the horse at 5-2 as a favorite, but that is, in my opinion, the most likely winner.
I'm inclined to agree, Jonathan, off of that last race for Doomed. And as far as looking at him here physically on the track and in the paddock, he looks just as good as he did when he was in Brad Cox's barn. So I respect this horse. And we have seen Robert Johnson claim some horses and have horses be really well spotted and be effective winning, especially in races like these. So I don't really have any problem with Doomed. He warmed up well out there on the track, seemed to be moving well over the wet track, and only has had 1 start on the dirt, and I thought he ran very well behind Brave Bear, who would come back to win again with an 80 buyer speed figure in his subsequent start, so really kind of flattering that race. Not to mention he does have some tactical speed, and Sahin Savachi, get to see him back here in New York. I thought has been riding exceptionally well up at Woodbine. The number 3, Always Be Smart, begrudgingly landed on him. I know he has no speed, and that is a bit of a concern. However, I have just seen such a big progression from him since he's been claimed by Tom Morley. I wasn't in the paddock for his last race, but 2 starts back, he was really bad saddling. He was all over the place mentally. Then he got squeezed back at the start. He was really high-headed. Dylan Davis gave him a big warm-up because he was actually incredibly quiet back in the paddock, which was not what I had previously observed from him. He's put on a lot of weight, and Dylan has kept him circling and kept him moving. You can't completely change a horse's running style, but like we talk about speaking to jockey's intention, I think he's trying to perk him up and get him focused, get him into the bridle, which is exactly what he's doing, and hopefully that will allow him to be a little bit more responsive to his rider's cues and getting himself into the race a little bit more and not be left with so much to do. So I just really liked the overall appearance of Always Be Smart. Now the number 8 in Desperate Proposal does take a big drop in class versus what he's been facing, but he does come off of a couple of disappointing efforts and breaking slowly when on the turf. And he is a lighter framed type of individual. There's not much in his hind end, which that's where the push does come from. And sometimes those types have an easier time of it on the turf. So the fact that he's been breaking so slowly on the grass, and you need to have that strength, especially in the hind end, when switching back to the dirt. I don't mind him on the dirt. It's just that push behind and the breaking out of the gate that really does concern me about him. But we'll see if the class drop does help, as he is one of the contenders, especially on paper, Greg.
All right. Thank you, Acacia. 8-5. The money has come in where we expected now on Doomed.
Yeah, coming off of that big effort in the Alone Dirt try, Doomed comes back at the same level and can be forward. I don't think you want to get too far behind today with the kickback, especially with the track sealed and wet like this. Greg, I got to tell you, every time I looked up, and albeit I'm watching it on TV, one horse kept just standing out in the post parade, and that was the 8, Desperate Proposal. I've picked the 2. That's your favorite, but Desperate Proposal would certainly get the win the beauty contest, if you will.
Has not been on the dirt for a long time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 starts. Last 8 starts all turf or synthetic, so not since November 14th of last year, and that was a sloppy sealed track. Only 3 starts on dirt. None of them really kind of give you confidence. Although I guess did take a late move forward on that wet track, but would need to take a big step forward here.
Well, also
that was as a 2-year-old.
But getting a tremendous amount of class relief here, right? Dropping to 75. And this is the time of year you'll see this, where horses that have been competing predominantly on turf or synthetic, trying dirt at a reduced level, because we're going to be done with turf soon. There won't be turf racing in another month or so. And then if you have a horse that can't compete on dirt, you're just paying bills for the whole winter. So you got to make decisions.
Short price, though, to take on one you're hoping can run better on dirt.
Absolutely. And the one horse, Detail Oriented, is a late scratch. So now you've got Doomed with post 1 and a lot of empty space to his inside.
Yeah. Which sometimes we saw it with Fierceness, the Pacific Classic. He wound up winning that race, but sometimes it could be a bad thing.
You know, even for horses with experience, sometimes they get themselves in a position and that empty space is the path of least resistance. So if they get a little pressure from outside horses, they'll have a tendency to step away from them and into that where the gap is situated.
So 1 comes off the board, Doomed. The 2, all post positions will just remain where they were. So Doom's going to have, a lot of open space to the inside there. You had talked about Nance earlier for Carlos Martin. The 6 is maybe an upset potential in here. That one at 9-2. Dropping out of, took 7 starts to break the maiden and then tried 30 non-winners at 2 last start. So a little bit easier in theory field here. And there was a next out winner in that race.
Yeah, listen, he did
Couple of them.
He did break his maiden for 20. And I've always been of the belief when horses, have had tries, not with first-time starters, but horses that have had proven form, they're usually worth about half of what the claiming price is that they break their maiden. So he won for 20. He's in for 17.5. I mean, he'd have to go to 10. This is a much more realistic spot than moving up to the 30 off of the 17.5 win, or the 20 win, I should say.
So here we go, race 8. It is a late scratch with a 1 Detail Oriented. Doomed, the 2 is expected, even though moving away from Brad Cox, claimed by Robert Johnston. Squarely the 1 to beat. 8-5 on the board. Zaheen Savachi will ride. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Macville. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Speed to the inside here from Doomed, and Doomed wants to be in the early mix, and Broderick is joining that early leader too. Out wider, here comes Nance, is going to be in that early fray with Sittin' Chili. They get set to come out of the chute and hook up with the backstretch here, and that's the leading 4. Just in behind them, Dylan Davis. Always Be Smart is going to watch the tempo here from 5th, and the 2 trailers. Desperate Proposal with Macville. They work up the backstretch and they went 23.27 for the opening quarter mile. Broderick now turns it up, and Broderick is in front, is up by 3/4 of a length. Nance is a challenging second towards the outside. There was a split here for Always Be Smart, and Dylan Davis moved on through, is now taking a shared 3rd and 4th with At the Rail. That's Doomed. Losing some ground was Sittin' Chili. Is now back to the 5th spot, and from the back here come the closers. It's Desperate Proposal with Macville. 46 seconds flat for that half-mile time. Broderick is still there. Nance in full pursuit. All in there towards the inside is Doomed. Also chasing Always Be Smart. Macville has got a wide run and Desperate Proposal, and the trailer Sittin' Chili. It's Broderick who's got the lead at 22-1, and Broderick turns up for home. Nance down the center of the racetrack has got this leader in sights, who starts to tire and dive down towards the inside. Always Be Smart is on the scene late. A furlong left to go. Here comes Nance to the outside. Always Be Smart is another gray. The grandstand side, Always Be Smart. Nance still there. Broderick battling on, was tiring, but Broderick still with a nose advantage. Broderick did it. Broderick holds off the charge from Always Be Smart, who's in the photo. Then came Nance in 1 minute 37.65.
Huge long shot. Broderick looked like he was starting to tire, and then finally fill-in rider Ori Pineo gets him to switch leads late in the stretch, and it makes a difference.
Yeah, he found just a bit more. I think he was also aided a touch when Nance came out into the 3, Always Be Smart, who was trying to rally and mount a late challenge. I think it thwarted his forward momentum just a touch, and Broderick getting over to see him lingering on that left lead. You could just see leading with that left foreleg, Greg, and now he's going to eventually, right there, get over. Finds just a little bit more. The 6 came out, like I said, might have hampered the 3, Always Be Smart, just a touch. He's able to hold on.
Should not have been 22-1. It kind of hidden for him in here because he'd been on turf quite a bit in the last few starts. But his dirt starts that are kind of sporadically mixed in there, they're competitive with this group.
Pat Reynolds getting him back to the dirt. Pat's a guy, will tell a rider, hey, put this horse on the lead, helps get a horse brave. And, people will say, well, it's only Pat's, 4th win this year. Well, I think he makes the most of what he gets to train, and he's a crafty old veteran trainer that still knows how to win.
4-3, 6-8. 22-1 upset, and I thought we already had a pick 6 carryover. We definitely do now.
Yeah, I think we'd be pretty certain now.
Jorge Pineo filling in for Jose Gomez. Big upset.
Say hello to Move. It's a one-horse race. Very professional and very fast. Move, rolling home by 4 in fine style.
Muth, the son of good magic, coming down the stretch in Hot Springs to win it.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Welcome to the 2025 Keeneland September Yearling Sale, where history was made when Three Chimneys Gunrunner, the sire of 2025 Grade 1 winners Sierra Leone, Locked, and Brent, became the first horse in the history of the Keeneland September Sale to sire the session topper of each of the first 4 sessions. Among them was the $3.3 million sale topper, purchased by Peter Brent, MV Magner, and Winchell Thoroughbreds. Gunrunner, Reed Shaper, Dream Maker.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
Oaklawn, get involved now, accepting reservations for dining and reserved seats for the 2025-26 Holiday and Classic seasons. Mig, you're going to be making a return visit for a couple of months.
Yeah, I'll be heading back down there March and April. It's a great place to go racing, great enthusiastic crowds. It's such a fun family atmosphere, full fields of horses, great betting opportunities. It really is become an incredible destination town as well, and get to go to Lucas Pizza.
Ooh. Cannot.
And great barbecue around there too.
Is there?
I love that Blue Ember.
Would expect that, yeah.
Up the street from there. I mean, the place is just really a lot of fun.
22-1, Jorge Pineo on Broderick. Big upset. Late changing leads. Finally does and finds a little more late. Holds off Always Be Smart, Nance, and Desperate Proposal.
Yeah, for people that have a hard time distinguishing when a horse changes leads, it's so evident here. Keep your eye on the 4 Broderick. He's on his left lead. He's leading with his left front foreleg. And now watch when he's going to get over and he's going to start leading with his right foreleg. He's going to straighten up completely. See how he even was turned out to the outside a little bit when he was on his wrong lead. I think he got a little bit of an advantage or an aid from the 6 Nance, who was coming out a little bit into the 3-horse Always Be Smart.
There's an up-close look at him finally
right
changing lead.
Here, right
there it is.
There. You see how they suspend that one leg for half a stride, then they come back down, now leading with their right foreleg. And I always, likened it to you're in the airport, you're rushing to your gate, catch your flight, you got a bag in your hand. As you get tired, naturally, what do? You put the bag in your other hand, you keep running towards the gate. You find a little bit more energy. It's the same thing with horses. After they've led with one lead for so long, when they make the stride to the other lead, right here. Watch how he'll suspend in midair for one stride, and then the right foreleg will be leading. Right there.
Most of you, I hope, picked that up. But yeah, once you train your eye to see it, it becomes pretty obvious.
It does, but some people have a hard time picking it up, and I think that particular instance, you should be able to see it fairly clearly.
It's probably easier sped up.
Well, you know what? The build-up was, and then I laid out. I had to wait about another 6 or 7 strides in slow motion for him to get there. But I think it was a great illustration of what we talk about when a horse changes leads.
4-3-6 finish. Two huge upsets now in the body of this card in terms of the pick 6, and we will take a look now at what lies ahead with the final race on the card. Mile and a 16th on the turf in a 35,000 non-winners of 2 life claiming race, and yet no one will hit the pick 6 today. Wow, amazingly, pick 5, everyone's going to hit it. Some are paying Royal Brown, who I actually think has a shot in here. I like paying $235,000 in the pick 5. Wow. Whew. We'll get your selection. More thoughts on this race coming up in a moment. About 15 minutes away from the finale. George Weaver. More juvenile turf success on the horizon. Potentially so good with his youngsters on the lawn. Stay with us.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
Spirited, strong, speedy. Just a few of the S words Rockridge owner Laurent Visagi uses to describe the first foals of stallion Disco Partner.
It's a horse that, with what we've seen on foals so far, there will be a lot of upside in this horse in the next couple of years once this first baby starts running.
Time flies if you're having fun or reliving Disco Partner's back-to-back wins in the Jaipur Invitational Stakes. In the 2017 running, he stopped the clock in the 6 furlong turf race in world record-setting time,
Holy mackerel!
105.67.
They're off.
When he won the Jaipur again in 2018, it had been elevated from Grade 3 to Grade 2 status.
And Disco Partner did it again.
His speed wasn't the only astonishing thing about Disco Partner.
He was actually a horse that ran 33 times, so if you ever wanted something sound, this will be the horse.
From those 33 starts, Disco Partner won 11 races, including 4 stakes, placed in 12 additional stakes, and amassed nearly $1.5 million in earnings. Disco Partner was bred by outstanding New York breeder Patricia Generazio, who is now supporting the stallion with some of her best mares.
He himself is a very balanced horse. He's not a big horse, but balance, I think, is what helped him to be so sound in his career. And you see that in a lot of his young foals, that they are balanced and they are very, very interesting. And I think you'll be very happy as they mature.
For more information to get involved with that New York Bred program, go to nybreds.com. It pays to have a New York Bred.
Certainly does.
Talk going to break about George Weaver, all his talented 2-year-olds on the lawn, and a chance for some more success coming up next week in the Key Sense. She's Country gets the rail, won by, I want to say 6 lengths first time out. There we go, I've caught up to it. Indeed, yeah, 6-length winner in that debut with Brad Ortiz Jr. aboard, and then tried the Salima Stakes at Laurel against the impressive Ultimate Love.
Yeah, now gets back into a spot restricted to New York breds, the Key Sense. She's got inside speed, very impressive on debut, and the Salima was a pretty tough spot.
It was. Well, this was dominant, though. So now back in against New York breds for George Weaver. And stablemate Boomington will join the party as well, who, from another zip code, won first time out at Saratoga, and then things did not go as well in the Grade 2 Miss Grillo.
Yeah, it gets much tougher, and then another one now getting back to competing against New York breds. And she doesn't have a tremendous amount of speed, though, does she? She kind of created her own trouble last time, just being a bit slow in the Miss Grillo early.
It was Boomington holding off Cosmic Candy Girl, who she'll meet again in this race. So George Weaver with a couple, and he's got a third who actually is going to be stretching out for the first time. It's probably the speed of the race, Fancy Lights, and Pratt will be on that one.
Yeah, and Fancy Lights' dam actually competed successfully going further, and I'm just looking up her siblings. And she's had siblings that have been successful going further as well, so maybe the stretch out will be a benefit.
That's coming up on our Thursday card. We have a Wednesday race day as well, so don't forget about that. Take a look ahead at the weekend coming up and what we can look forward to. Notebook Friday, Jockey Club Oaks, Knickerbocker on Saturday, and then the Pebbles and Forever Together on our Sunday action.
Yeah, so we still got some stakes action heading towards Cigar Mile weekend, which is the first weekend in December, if I'm not mistaken.
Winding down turf season as well.
Yeah, so we got some nice turf races still to be run, like the Jockey Club Oaks, the Knickerbocker, the Pebbles, and
we'll see. It's not been the case to this point, but typically last couple of years, late, last couple of weekends, kind of going into closing down turf season, speed had been incredibly effective on the turf courses.
Well, you go one of two ways, as we see there. We got a shoe repair going on here in the paddock, and difficult position, to be a blacksmith and have to reshoe a horse, particularly a hind shoe when a horse is already in race mode, right? They're already a little revved up, and it's not as comfortable or as relaxed if they're getting a horse shot or having a shoe repair back at the barn. But they do a really good job, and that's something the public should know. We have veterinarians on hand, blacksmiths on hand. We've got all kinds of equipment on hand. If you go to the starting gate and you broke a noseband going to the gate, they have a box attached to the starting gate that has reins, blinkers, bridles, nosebands, you name it. They've got it there to replace if you have an equipment problem.
And by the way, my mistake, 2 5'11" not covered
in the Pick 5. So if any of those 3 were to win, that'd be a carryover in the late Pick 5 into next week on the Wednesday card. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
Yeah, and just to expound on the number 5, Kid Kriisa, you guys saw that shoe repair taking place. It was not a needed reshoeing. It was basically just sticking an extra nail and securing a shoe that looked like it slipped slightly on the right hind, which can be, as Richie mentioned, a little bit precarious, especially when you don't have a horse in their familiar environment and having to do it here in the paddock. But it was very quick, and Kid Kriisa is a horse that it typically is a little bit tricky getting the tack on, and so sometimes with ones like that, if they're stomping a lot or maybe they kind of step on it a little bit and just cause that shoe to slide, securing it here in the paddock is the best way to do it. And now they're saddling him outside, as is always the case, and he certainly has taken it all in stride and not acting up anymore than he typically does. I actually kind of like him a bit going back down to this level and picking up Jose Lezcano, a horse that went right to the lead last time against Tougher Allowance Company, and I actually thought ran pretty well at a big price and should be forward in here. I do appreciate how he has taken all of the little slight delay with that shoe in stride here in the paddock. Now, the number 3, Hamilton's Way, is currently the favorite, and understandably so, given that he is dropping back down to the level at which he was claimed back in July. He was picked up, ran once for Wayne Potts, and then moved to the Brad Cox barn. And he ran similar buyer speed figures in all of those races, and that's just the thing with him. It's been a long time since he's seen the winner's circle. And he's a horse that always seems to kind of run to his competition and run the same kind of race. He was off the pace last time and was just second best as the favorite to LeChase, who was coming in off of a race with some significant trouble. So I certainly respect Hamilton's Way. You've got Flavien Prat in the saddle. He's a horse that always seems to run his race. I just wonder if he really still has that winning mentality, that winning aggressive demeanor that you do kind of need to go buy horses. We'll see if the class drop does help him, though last time he ran for this level, he also finished second. The number 8, Jurisprudence, was the 4 that day. Comes out of that same race that Hamilton's Way does, and there was off a little bit of a freshening for him. He was a little bit keen early, I thought, in the running of that race, and just didn't really run on inside, but ran on better once he was able to tip to the outside. It wasn't enough, but I did notice that he seemed to be far more comfortable and content when being a little bit more outside of horses versus trying to run on up the rail. I am curious to see if, with his post drawn a little bit more towards the outside, Manny Franco is able to get him into a comfortable stride, and maybe that will be to his benefit. He's very relaxed here in the paddock, but he is a bigger bodied individual, son of Constitution, which is kind of typical of him, his progeny, and him himself. I do wonder if he will care for a little bit of cut in the turf like we do have here today. But like I said, do appreciate that he is drawn a bit more towards the outside this afternoon, Greg.
Post Fred coming up. Great way to close out what's been, for the Pick 6 players, an impossible card. Even going into the after the result before the 8th race, there was a Pick 6 carryover. So yeah, no one probably had that big one, that first 40-1 shot earlier, and then no one with that 22-1 shot. So Wednesday, Pick 6 carryover, and then if the 2, 5, or 11 win this race, carryover in the late Pick 5 on Wednesday. Here's Real Savvy Miguel Clement, Jaime Rodriguez aboard.
Major player, good post, comes off a nice effort. Real Savvy works out a trip with Jamie Rodriguez. He's a major player.
Sebastian the First drops in class and has some speed.
I thought this horse was a little interesting. He's never won on turf, but he's got a couple of turf efforts that I think he's way too big a price at 30-1.
Totally agree. Hamilton's Way, probably deserved favorite, 3-2. I don't know about that.
Dropping in class, I think what Acacia brought up, 1 win, 4 seconds, starts to make you question if they want to run by horses.
Stretching back out, Film Academy for Mark Casse.
Yeah, and the mare was the stakes place winner going 1.5 miles, so pedigree says the stretch back out will be okay.
Kid Kriisa got speed to use with Jose Lezcano.
Had that shoe repair in the paddock. He is a horse that likes to control things, and you do pick up Jose Lezcano. He gets loose, could be tough.
Easy Roll could be a tough ask, having not raced since March.
Yeah, coming off a pretty substantial layoff.
Royal Brown I thought a player in here with some good efforts and some against better. Blinkers on.
Runs back to that effort 3 back in Saratoga. This horse is right there.
Indeed. Jurisprudence, Chad Brown, 8-1, Manny Franco.
Taking the drop in class, and you got to respect any Chad Brown horse, particularly when he's dropping.
Cognoscente has some interesting races as well at a huge number.
Yeah, a couple interesting races. More of a deep closing type, though. Going to have to work out a trip.
I can see that. Ricardo Santana Jr. Gate to wire win last start, got an easy lead.
Yeah, got a very easy lead against a much easier type of group, but adds speed to the party.
Spirit of the Law was competitive in some New York bred maiden special weights and did win a maiden special weight New York bred on a race taken off the turf.
It was claimed for 50, now gets in for 35. Not easy from that post, but certainly a player.
I thought some sneaky good efforts from this horse the last couple of starts, and he's a big number 2 outside.
And again, just that concern about that post. You know, you don't have the longest run of the first turn. You've got to work out a trip, and then it's just not that easy from out there in post 12.
I'm not sure what the delay is, equipment related, it looks like, with Laird of Magnolia. Let's go to JK for more on the nightcap.
Yeah, guys, this is a situation where I don't love the 6 easy roll, but I do think the 6 easy roll is at least a little bit interesting. If you look at those last 2 races down at Fairgrounds before switching to the Ray Handel barn, in those 2 races, there's been a combined 4 winners out of those 2 races, 6 horses to run second out of those races. Productive races down there in Louisiana at Fairgrounds. It just feels like this horse is a little bit better than I think the horse is getting credit for. Obviously, the horse is coming in off a layoff. This could be a situation where Ray wants to try to sneak one in New York with a New York bred on the grass before grass racing goes away. Or it could be one where, you know, the horse is ready to rock. The horse has been training pretty consistently since the end of September. I'm going to give Easy Roll a shot in here. Like I said, not a horse that I love from a win standpoint. I wouldn't be shocked, obviously, if Easy Roll won. But the type of horse I think you could try to hook up in various spots of exotic wagers, whether it be a superfecta, trifecta, or exacta. I think Easy Roll is going to run much better than what most people might think. I think those last 2 races are a little bit better on paper than they look. Acacia?
JK, I actually don't mind the last couple of races for Easy Roll. My biggest concern with him is that he was claimed by Ray Handel back in March at Fairgrounds. I would imagine with the thought process that he's a New York bred and you can bring him back into some New York bred company. And then he hasn't been seen since, and he missed all of the New York bred turf racing season until now. So that is a bit of a concern. However, I will say Easy Roll does look fit. He has been clipped in his coat. I have seen his coat look a bit better, but he's coming in training here in New York pretty steadily. And like I said, he looks fit for his return to the races. So we'll see if he can get back on track. I imagine it's a bit tough to kind of get started now and get him back on the turf when turf season is ending, but we'll see if he's able to kind of get one and done and then maybe return down to the Fairgrounds quickly. We saw the delay with the 12. Laird of Magnolia did not come in with blinkers, and he has worn blinkers in his last start. So house blinkers put on him in the paddock. Thus, he was late coming out onto the track, but they got that equipment all sorted out, Greg.
All right, thanks for that update, Acacia. Here we go. Even money on Hamilton's way. The Pratt factor.
The Pratt factor, the Brad Cox factor, the drop in class back to the $35,000 level. The concern is that he's accumulated 4 seconds as compared to 1 win, and a couple of those seconds looked like he had dead aim, especially if you go 3 back, and just kind of content to run with horses as opposed to maybe running by horses.
Here we go. Finale on this Sunday card. See if Pratt can end this opening week of the meet the way he started it, with 4 wins on Thursday after a 7-win day, first time ever in the history of the NYRA circuit to close out the prior meet on last Sunday's card.
7-4. He's been starting to slack a little since then, right?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Been disappointing. Here we go. He's on the 3. Hamilton's way, the short price, even money favorite. Chris Griffin, the call.
There is Kid Creesa, Cognoscente, Easy Roll. I can see that. 2 more. Spirit of the Law. Laird of Magnolia, last to load to the outside. It's the Sunday finale. Don't forget, back here on Wednesday, with plenty more live racing. The finale, all set. And they're off. Slow start for Film Academy. Kid Creesa right out to the front and sprinting well clear. It's Kid Creesa taking him into that turn. Real Savvy is towards the inside. Then comes Royal Brown. I Can See That wants to join them from that outside stall, and now is going to be a stalking second. Royal Brown is back to third at the rail. That's Real Savvy, who wants off the rail. Jamie Rodriguez moves towards the outside. No, he's going to keep in here with Jurisprudence right to the outside, a challenging fifth. Another 2.5. Just behind them is Spirit of the Law, with ground saving is Sebastian the First, going to be mid-pack. Laird of Magnolia is on the move. Then Cognoscenti is towards the back end of the field. Hamilton's Way. The 2 trailers. That's Film Academy, the back end of the field with Easy Roll. They work up the backstretch here, and they're chasing Kid Creesa. Kid Creesa is in front. I Can See That. A challenging second with Royal Brown still right there in third. Real Savvy wanted off the rail, is now going to take a ground-saving journey towards the inside, is right in behind Kid Creesa, who's still the leader. Jurisprudence is going to get a clear running path 3 wide. Then comes Spirit of the Law, trying to rally on. Cognoscenti is there too. Sebastian the First trying to pick it up. Hamilton's Way. Laird of Magnolia has dropped out of it. Easy Roll, the trailer, Film Academy. They're well into the turn, tightly bunched. Kid Creesa has been confronted by I Can See That. Royal Brown is all in. Real Savvy steadying. Nowhere to go yet, is down there on the rail. It is now opening up here. Spirit of the Law is trying to run on 2. Here it comes Royal Brown. Center of the racetrack is Hamilton's Way. Hamilton's Way is lifting. Real Savvy gets the seam now. Easy Rolls in the mix too. Hamilton's Way, Royal Brown, down to these 2. Battling on towards the inside still. I Can See That. But give it to, guess who? Hamilton's Way. Flavien Prat. They win the finale. Royal Brown there second. Then came I Can See That. It's in a photo with an oncoming Cognoscenti and Easy Roll in 1 minute 43.83 seconds.
Took the opener, takes the nightcap. Flavien Prat closes out an incredible opening week of this meet.
And a very well-judged ride on Hamilton's Way. You don't want to hit the front too soon. And he timed it to perfection. Hamilton's Way, he looked like he was going to hang here for a second, didn't he, Greg? When
he did.
With the 7 Royal Brown, but then he asserted himself and got it done. And, listen, connections like this, Brad Cox, who's just had another amazing year. And Flavien Prat's been just riding in this raging form. And in Hamilton's Way, he might have hung 3 starts back. I thought he got it done today.
Opener, finale to Prat. Came in today 6 for 12.
Is that the only 2 he won today?
Yeah, I mean, he went a pretty long streak without winning. 7 races in a row.
Went a whole 7 races without finding the winning circle.
What an incredible week. It's going to be very close, obviously, between him and Irad Ortiz Jr. as to who wins the Eclipse this year. And, unfortunately, some of these voters don't do the work they should. But he's making a statement late in the year now.
Absolutely. Listen, they're 2 competitive guys, Flavien Prat and Irad Ortiz. They take a lot of pride in what they do, and they're outstanding at what they do. So it's going to be interesting. Neither one of them is going to give an inch, and they're going to ride all the way to the end of the year, trying to be the one that comes out on top.
It's going to be a lot of chasing what stakes races remain to try and pad those earnings too?
Yeah, I think you get down to you're in that position. You're like, well, if I got to fly around the country to get it done, and listen, Flavien, the traveling he did last year, he's no stranger to travel. And what he did Sunday after flying back on a red-eye after the Breeders' Cup.
Amazing, too. I believe Ramon Dominguez, too, when he had that 6-win day at Saratoga, he had just flown back late that night or early that morning from being out of town as well.
One thing that jockeys do have the luxury of, you're smaller than an average person, so you can get more comfortable on planes and tend to sleep. I always slept better on planes. Because once you start having children, you sleep very light, and you hear if somebody got up in the middle of the night or they needed a drink of water or had a bad dream or something. When you're on a plane, there's nothing you could do about it, so you can actually relax even more.
6-5 favorite. Prat closes out this first week of the meet here on our Sunday card. Hamilton's Way. For Brad Cox, Sandy Goldfarb, and the dominant skills of the reigning Eclipse Award-winning rider on full display.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter, you've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
John Gaines started this back in the 70s, had such stallions as Riverman, Sharpen Up, Bold Bitter, Leafard, Blushing Groom. I think our slogan says it best: power, passion, performance. We're looking to be a power in not only the breeding sector, but in the whole thoroughbred industry. You know, I think passion describes our team to the best. Mr. Beck and his family have owned this farm for almost 40 years. Brian Graves has been a part of this team for almost 20 years, myself here for 3 years, as we look to continue to grow. And I think performance describes our stallion roster perfectly, both at the racetrack and in the sales ring. And obviously, Tappet was a huge feather in the cap of the farm. He's done well for the last 20 years at stud. We have McKenzie with 5 Grade 1 stakes horses in his first crop. We have Drain the Clock and Olympiad with stellar sales results with our first crop yearlings. We were very excited this year. We brought 4 new stallions in. We had Grade 1 winner Tappet Trice, son of Tappet, another son of Tappet, Mandy Pope homebred Charge It, Muth, son of Good Magic, only stallion retired this year in Kentucky that was a Grade 1 winner at 2 and 3, and followed it up with Preakness winner and Pennsylvania Derby winner Seize the Great. We were very excited to have a son of Arrogate. We were a big believer in that stallion. We bred to him several times. We're bringing Grade 1 winner Locked, son of Gun Runner, into the stallion roster for 2026. Grade 1 winner at 2 at Keeneland. Grade 2 winner at 3, defeating older horses in the Cigar Mile. Grade 1 winner this year at 4. You know, Brian Graves, Anthony Beck, myself, and the rest of the team here, we look for these horses that are going to hopefully be breed shapers and trying to continue to grow the stallion roster here at Gainesway.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage. It's brought to you in part by Gainesway Farm. Power, passion, performance. And what a performer that man has been. All last year, record-breaking Saratoga, first ever Eclipse Award, and what a start to this meet. 9 wins through the first 4 days of the meet. Flavien Prat.
Coming off that 7-win Sunday, record-setting 7-win Sunday. And he just gives every horse an opportunity to use their stride and a chance to win. And Hamilton's Way comes grinding, relentless. I thought when he hit the front here, so, is he going to decide, wait, where are my friends? But he was kept to his task with a well-judged ride by Flavien Prat. This is a horse you liked a little bit that ran second here, Royal Brownie.
I like that horse quite a bit.
Yes.
Ran well. Pick 5, by the way, with a favorite in the last. $63,700.
Not a bad day at the races.
Pick 6 carryover, as you see, into Wednesday, beginning in the 4th race, $31,372. So everyone's got a little bit extra handicapping to do.
Burn that midnight oil. Get all over it. You know, that's the one thing about racing, right? You have a really good day, it could be a life-changing score.
It's the beauty of playing the races. Let's look back to earlier on the card in the Awad. 6 furlongs sprinting on the grass in Throckmorton, Jose D'Angelo, Samuel Marin with the victory.
Yeah, and when he got to go 23-1 the first quarter in a turf sprint by himself, school was out. He looked good on paper, and then he got the absolute perfect trip. Go that easy and then finish up 108-4. Sammy Marin, I got to say, Acacia Clement was all over this from last year. What a good rider. His breakout season at Tampa Bay, he's become more and more of a go-to guy for people like Shug McGahee and trainers shipping in. Chad Brown used him quite a bit at one point. And now he's going to be here, I believe, for the winter.
Gets the victory. Throckmorton, Awad Stakes winner from earlier this afternoon. So congrats to these connections. Jose D'Angelo, Gold Square, and as mentioned, Samuel Marin on board for that winning ride. Saturday, we had not just disco time. Weigh the Risk, big performance too. Fully Subscribed looks like now a major player kind of as we turn the page, moving into the Distaff division for next year as a 4-year-old.
Well, it's kind of interesting, right? You had Disco Time, who wins the Dwyer, and it was kind of like a coming out, right, where he took another step forward. He's undefeated. But he couldn't compete in the Triple Crown because obviously something went awry. Then you get this filly who steps up, wins the Mother Goose, and it feels like both of them are late 3-year-olds that we should be excited about seeing them compete at 4.
Yeah, not just big performances, but yeah, I think huge upside as we get set to turn the page. And look, even Drexel Hill too. That was a big ask, having not raced since the first Friday in May to go 2 turns at a mile and an eighth. Runs pretty good second.
Yeah, it was a really nice effort and very difficult to come back up the bench and win at this level going a mile and an eighth. But she ran well, backed up the form we saw from her in the spring in that runner-up finish in the Kentucky Oaks. And also, she lost her regular rider late yesterday. Ben Curtis, right, was injured. From what I understand, he was checked out at the hospital, released. Yeah. He's fine, but not that she got a good ride, a good trip, but it's never easy when you're picking up a mount for the first time. In a situation like this, just a less opportunity to get familiar.
Fully Subscribed, though. This was a big effort, career best, 91 by her speed figure in her stakes debut. Gets a grade 2 win, and her first win since she broke her maiden at first asking back as a 2-year-old. But the fact that all 4 starts now, she's taken a step forward every single time, and now this effort. Got to be very excited for connections.
Yeah, especially there could be a lot of upside going to the 4-year-old year. And what I really like about Fully Subscribed is she's running through the wire. She still has her legs up underneath her at the end of a mile and an eighth. A lot of times horses will win, but their strides start to deteriorate. They get a little bit, tired, maybe a little bit sloppy. She still had her legs up underneath her, like distance is no issue.
Yeah. Look at the pumpkin pie, same connections. Weigh the Risks with the victory, and looking impressive doing it as well, holding off Patricia Ann after huge performance back at Saratoga in July. Hadn't raced since. Not quite as fast as she ran last time out, but impressive nevertheless.
Yeah, late on getting onto her right lead too, and then she kicked on again. What a day. And just what consistent success from Seth Klarman, Klarvich Stable, and Chad Brown. I mean, they've just been hitting on all cylinders for a number of years now. And usually when a stable or a trainer has a couple big meets, there's a lull somewhere. Never seemingly is a lull. They just manage things so well and place their horses. Right?
It's amazing.
It really is amazing.
And then, obviously we take a look at what Disco Time did. And I was talking about it with Andy Serling, who had left us earlier before you came on. Just how fast he ran, that 107 Buyer speed figure for him in that performance. I mean, you take a look, Nysos ran a 105 at the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile.
Yeah.
A little different scenario. That was 2 turns. There's so much upside with this horse, who's never lost to this point now.
Yeah, there's so much upside. And, off a mile victory like that, and he ran, so fast in the big Buyer figure, I texted with Brad Cox this morning, what do you think? Any chance for the Cigar Mile? And he said, probably not. The timing, it's a little quick back. But we got a whole 4-year-old campaign to look forward to with this horse, a horse that could be a major, major player in the old horse division.
Yeah, you run that big an effort, too. You want to give a horse probably lean on that side of caution a little bit and give the horse a little more time.
I'm sure it makes you feel like maybe you'd like to take that chance, but the prudent thing to do is to give the horse more time off a big effort like that. You want to keep it fun for horses. You don't want them to have to go so deep into the well every time.
Never lost, 5 career starts, but it's really the last 2 starts. And again, we had January 18th, won the Lecomte, won it. Not super impressive, not a very incredibly fast time, or you think this is going to be a major player. Last 2 starts, completely different horse.
Yeah, and it just feels like, too, he was winning because he is undefeated before he was even a finished product, and now we're starting to see more of a finished product.
Yeah, exciting horse, and you would think Saudi Cup, that's where they're leaning with this horse, that $20 million purse in, I believe, February, mid to late February. See what happens.
$20 million purse, not a bad goal.
A lot of big names. Throw him into the mix, too. He's kind of just arrived on the scene now, but Baeza coming back. Journalism coming back. Sovereignty may come back. Sounds like it's going to be a pretty exciting 2026. We're back Wednesday. Added that card. 12 Eastern start time. Fox Sports, we will see you then. Throckmorton takes the Awad, as we just talked about. Sammy Marin, Jose D'Angelo winning that race. Fully subscribed. Impressive. In the Mother Goose, Clarvich Stables, Chad Brown, Dylan Davis, and Alluring Angel taking the nightcap on the Saturday card with a brilliant move from Kendrick Carmouche to take that early lead.